ఉందా? గోధుమ మావు క్లైండ్. అమ్మ
Christopher, Principal and Secretary of American College, Madurai. We welcome you, sir. We are also privileged to welcome Dr. Sudhakar Muniyasamy, Senior Scientist, CSIR, Chemical Cluster, South Africa, virtually. Thank you, sir. We'd like to welcome Dr. Kannan Narayanan, Professor, Christian Albert University, Kiel, Germany, virtually. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, friends. Sir, can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Your voice, you are audible, sir.
Sir, can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Your voice is audible. You are audible, and the program will start shortly, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The department provides right platform for the students to have a strong fundamental knowledge on the biology of animals, the way they live and interact, develop, carry out vital function, and as well as the different roles. The department has received grant from EST and DDD staff college. The current area of interest in biology have been incorporated into the curriculum to make a student complete. The American College is a 141-year-old NAAC re-accredited A-grade autonomous institution affiliated to Madurai University, Madurai. It is known for its focus on academic excellence and social relevance. It played a pioneering role in the development of college autonomy in India in 1970. Today, the college offers 35 undergraduate, 21 postgraduate, 10 MPhil, and 9 research departments in the main campus. The college has 2 autonomous centers, Department of Applied Science and Study Center for Indian Literature and English, and translation that receives international attention. BSc Zoology was offered from 1969 under Madurai University. Postgraduate department was recognized as Research Center in 1982. MPhil program was started from July 1987. The department is awarded with DST FISC grant and DBT Star College seat. The Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science is an online, peer-reviewed, refereed, and quarterly journal with impact factor. The journal is committed to bring together academicians, research scholars, and students from all over the world who strive professionally to upgrade the status of academic career and the society by their innovative ideas. The journal also aims at promoting interdisciplinary studies in the fields of humanities, arts, and sciences.
Sunshine is a welcome day. It brings a lot of pride. To make our faces shine bright this year, on behalf of you all, I welcome our Honorable Head of the Department, Dr. Priscilla Suresh, for some refreshing words of welcome and to precise notion of gathering.
Most respected principals, honorable chief guest of this international conference, beloved members of the staff from our department and from the American College, and my dear students and valuable participants. It is a great privilege and honor for me to welcome you all for this Bodhi International Conference on Biological Sciences and Environmental Sustainability. I wholeheartedly welcome our principal, Dr. Paul Dayagaran, who has made Bishop Heber College as one of the best colleges in India. This place in the pinnacle is possible only because of hard work and commitment. He is the source of inspiration to establish, empower, and excel in all our endeavors for the upliftment of the zoology department. I place on record the tremendous support and encouragement for this conference, which I received from the principal. I would like to welcome an eminent principal, Dr. Tavamani Christopher, American College, Madurai. The American College is one of the premier institutions in Madurai. It is in the map of education in Tamil Nadu for many decades. Dr. Christopher Sir is a person who enhanced this sheen with a sheer perseverance. I have pleasant memories of meeting him during DBT Star College presentation held at Pondicherry in the year 2019. Still, I remember the words ringing in my ears. Sir said that he is the friend of Dr. Paul Dayagaran, sir. Sir, you are the friend of our Bishop Heber College. So it is really a unique one to have two eminent principals from two prestigious institutions in this international conference. I welcome you, sir. Dominic sir in this international conference. My cordial welcome to Dr. A. Joseph Thaddeus, Head of the Department of Zoology, the American College, convener of this international conference. He is a great professor and a humble person. We are glad to sign MOU in the PG and Research Department of Zoology, the American College for the research collaboration and staff and students exchange program. This will promote good relationships between the two institutions and two departments. I'm happy to welcome Dr. P. Vendathai, Assistant Professor of Zoology, American College, and Dr. R. College for carrying the technical session. I wish to welcome Dr. S. Dinakaran, Head Department of Zoology, the Madurai College, Madurai, who is highly my sincere welcome to Dr. Balakrishnan, convener of the conference, publisher and managing editor, Bodhi International Journal, and Dr. Kavir is associate editor, Bodhi Journal, assistant professor of English, Vivekananda College, for their constant support and cooperation in jointly organizing this international conference. We have invited scientists and professors from the world-ranked reputed universities and research institutes to this international conference to share their expertise. I would like to welcome Dr. Sudhakar Muniyasamy, senior scientist, CSIR Chemicals Cluster, South Africa. He is a renowned scientist. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research is a leading scientific and technology research organization that researches and develops transformative technologies to accelerate socio-economic prosperity in South Africa. Dr. Kannan Narayanan, Professor, Christian Albrechts University, Kiel, Germany. He is an environmentalist and a great professor. Kiel University is the largest, oldest, and most prestigious university, and researchers of Kiel University have won above 12 Nobel Prizes. I met them through online testing link yesterday. They shared their career with a humble, that is, they have started their career with a humble beginning, but that did not deter them from achieving the great glory. Now they are global citizens and they are a great researcher, and as well as they are the great professors globally. The department is indebted to Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, and PG and Research Department of Zoology, the American College, Madurai, for jointly organizing this enlightening conference. I would like to welcome Mr. K. Jeremiah Kribalan, Organizing Joint Secretary, and I acknowledge the contribution of the warm welcome to all the committee members for the meticulous efforts taken for the effective conduct of the conference. I extend my welcome to all the participants from the American College. Nearly 60 participants are attending this conference. I would like to welcome participants from the Davido College, ABVM Pushpam College, Kongunada Arts and Science College, Sarada Krishna Medical College, Nirmala College for Women, Fatima College, ST Hindu College, Nagarpuri, Bonseckers College for Women, Madurai Kamaraj University, Department of Biotechnology, and Department of Botany of Bishop College, Biological, etc. So many more students yet to come from various other colleges. Biological sciences have revolutionized the way we live on this biosphere. So the unstinting efforts put in by various scientists in varied time frame in human life globally. This conference offers a platform for academicians and research scholars to meet, discuss, share information, and lights in the field of biological sciences and environmental sustainability. It melds keynote address, the oral and poster presentations would bring new insights and innovations. It provides an important forum for researchers and scholars to exchange their knowledge on current advancement in the diverse field of biological science. Plethora of research articles have come to adorn this international conference. I am thankful to all the contributors. All the registered papers will be published in a book with an ISBN. The best paper awards will be given for the papers and posters presented to make the most significant contribution in the conference. I'm sure this one-day international conference will benefit the student community. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm question. Now, it's time to embellish the event by lighting the lamp to the limit. So I now request Dr. Bodhi, Principal of Bishop Heber College, Dr. S. Vikran, Associate Professor of Zoology, the Madurai College, Madurai, Dr. A. Joseph Sothius, Associate Professor and Head PG and Research Department of Zoology, American College, Dr. Priscilla Suresh, Assistant Professor and Head PG and Research Department of Zoology, Professor K. Jeremiah Kribalan, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to come forward. Thank you, dignitaries. for igniting and enlightening us.
Gratitude is the most exquisite form of courtesy. It is now time to honor a dignitary on the dais below. As the talk, gratitude. A man is but a product of his thought. So said Mahatma Gandhi. Professor K. Jeremy Obama is not only known for being informed, born frequent in day, but is also recorded by of life.
I now invite him to honor very own principal, Dr. D. Paul Dayabaran, Principal Bishop Heber College, with a shawl. Good teacher teaches, a better teacher may explain, but the best teacher inspires. I now call upon our very own head of the department, Dr. Priscilla Suresh, to present our principal with a memento. Now I invite Mr. Y. Babu, Assistant Professor of Zoology, to honor Dr. A. Joseph Tateas, Associate Professor and Head of the American College of Madurai, with a shawl. Dr. J. Dr. J. Juno, Assistant Professor of Zoology, will now present him with a memento. Now I invite Dr. Susan G. Suganya, Associate Professor of Zoology, to present our beloved HOD, Dr. S. Priscilla Suresh, with a shawl. Puneshwari ma'am could now come in her place. We are much obliged, ma'am. Now I invite our very own beloved HOD, Dr. S. Priscilla Suresh, once again to present Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Publisher and Managing Editor of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. Thank you, ma'am. I now humbly request Ms. Hadlin Krupa, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to present Dr. Ejoy Sharmila, Associate Professor and Head. Dr. S. Dinagaran,
request Dr. N. Benjamin Tamil Selvan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to provide shawl to Dr. S. Dinakaran, Associate Professor of Zoology, Madurai College, Madurai. I request Dr. S. Bhuneshwari, Assistant Professor of Zoology, to provide memento. Now I request Dr. S. Kamalakanan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to provide shawl to Professor K. Jeremiah Kirbanan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College. Now I request Dr. N. Benjamin Tamilselvan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to provide memento to our beloved Professor Jeremiah Kirbanan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Bishop Heber College. Thank you, delegates and dignitaries. Leadership is not about the title or the designation. It's about the impact, influence, and inspiration. It is a capacity to translate vision into reality. In our midst, we have an inspiring instrumental person of Bishop Heber's prosperous journey, who is determined to carry the spirit ignited by our illustrious predecessor, Reverend Launder, via his vision. He was recently conferred with the Best Humanitarian Award by Manidaneya Sabai for his noble contribution to mankind. Now I invite Dr. Paul Diabram, the principal of Bishop Heber College, to deliver the presidential address and felicitation. We welcome you, sir.
Esteemed principal of the American College, Professor Dr. Dominic Christopher, sir. Beloved President Department of Zoology, Professor of American College, Professor Joseph Thaddeus, beloved Dr. Dinagaran, Head of the Department of Zoology from the Madurai College, Madurai, beloved Dr. Priscilla Suresh, Head of the Department of Zoology of our college, Mr. Balakrishnan, the editor of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, beloved professors of Zoology, Professor Dr. Madurai, Professor Dr. Raghuram of American College, distinguished invitees, beloved sports persons, dear participants of this one-day international conference, my dear student friends who are pursuing undergraduation and post-graduation in zoology in our college and other colleges, dear members of faculty of zoology from our college and other colleges, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My warm greetings to all of you. It's a great joy and privilege for me to associate myself with all of you while the joint venture by the American College, Department of Zoology, Department of Zoology of Bishop Heber College, along with Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, for this wonderful international conference, which you call it as Innovations in Biological Sciences and Environmental Sustainability. At the juncture, let me appreciate and congratulate the three organizations, Department of Zoology for the college, Department of Zoology for American College, and the Bodhi International Journal for coming forward together for organizing this wonderful event for the benefit of the student community in life sciences. This morning, we also signed an MOU with American College. The Department of Zoology of our college and American College signed an MOU in different dimensions, especially for organizing conferences like this, symposiums like this, to venture into collaborative research work and other events for the benefit of the student community of both the colleges. At the juncture, let me also thank the Bodhi International Journal for coming forward to support both the colleges in publishing all our findings. At the juncture, let me sincerely thank the principal of American College, Dr. Dominic Christopher, and the professors of Zoology from American College for coming to our campus. Coursera is on online, and other professors coming to our campus. This morning, we have sent an MOU, and we are gathered here the inaugural function of this useful one-day international conference on innovations and biological sciences and environmental sustainability. In fact, I got a great reward for American College because that is my father's alma mater. Maybe I would say 50, 70 years ago, my father studied intermediate. In those days, it was not pre-university, it was not higher secondary. Before it was 10 plus 2 plus 3. 10, so 11 plus 2 plus 3. So after 11 years of school education, I had to go to the college to qualify to join a degree program. That's called intermediate, 2-year program. Then he did his BA mathematics. At the time, not BS in maths, BA maths in American College. He's got a great fond for American College. He took me once. I was doing my higher secondary. He took me once to show the college, American College, where he studied. And he showed the hostel where he stayed for 5 years. So I got a great regard for American College. And it's a great joy for me today to when we sign an MOU with the Department of Zoology in American College. At the juncture, let me sincerely thank the principal of American College. He's supposed to be here physically, but due to inevitable reasons, he could not come. Of course, he's online today. I express my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Dominic Christopher for agreeing to sign an MOU with our department. I'm sure this MOU will strengthen both colleges in different dimensions, so we can grow mutually in the exchange of ideas and thoughts. Dear friends, at the outset, let me thank the Department of Zoology of our college, Dr. Priscilla. Of course, just they mentioned in 1972, they introduced BSc Zoology. So while I joined, when I took the principalship, they had the Ruby celebration. Ruby means 40 years celebration. Now, if we do 10 years, for next academic year, you're going to have your Golden celebration. Zoology at the time, 40th year. So, in a matter of 10 years, we produced a lot of university ranks, isn't it? Once, both in university, we got university, first rank of university. So, I sincerely appreciate and congratulate all the members of faculty, head of the department, and each and every one for grooming the young guys. So, dear friends, so these 2 years, we've been affected by pandemic, isn't it? So we came, students have been in the campus only for a few days. They have been outside the campus for many days. We just closed the college as if we are closing for a week, sometime during 3rd week of March 2020. I said, okay, but you never come back. We had the mock online test for the final year students of 70-20 batch, and they had online examinations. For the past 4 semesters, we've been in the campus for a few days, but most of the days you've been out of the campus, but you're connected, isn't it, through this facility? Is it okay? So anyway, dear friends, whenever problems come, we must take it as a challenge. Is it okay? When you overcome the challenge, then we have some compliments. What's the greatest compliment that we have received through this pandemic? Of course, God saved all of us. We are here, we're living in this world, and connectivity has been established. It's okay. Normally, when you talk connectivity, we should come together, like this. We're connected now. All students of BSc, MSc, participants from other colleges, as many as plenty of colleges, they're coming together. It's not physically. Now, connectivity is enlarged through online. Is it okay? Wherever you are, you can be easily connected. Some of the resource persons are coming through online. So the compliment that we have derived from this pandemic is connectivity. In life, we should have proper connectivity. Is it okay? We should be connected properly as youngsters. The most crucial time, you're here, the age of 17, maybe 20 plus 2 more years. I would say 17 to 24. Is it okay? It's a crucial time, 8 years. 8 years, first 8 years, you are in elementary school, then again you go to high school, finish higher secondary. When you complete 16 years, you hear the last 8, 16 to 24, the most crucial period. Whatever you missed during the first 16 doesn't matter. It will not affect you. Is it okay? Our college is in middle of Tamil Nadu. Trichy is middle of Tamil Nadu. If we take our college, students from different backgrounds, is it okay? Similarly, Madurai too, from affluent families, from upper middle class, lower middle class, and then students, first generation learners, semi-urban background, rural background. Is it okay? Some are semi-orphans, all kinds of students are here. So whatever be your background up to 16, doesn't matter at all. When you're here in first BSc Zoo or first BSc, any other discipline, you will be taught fundamentals. You must be strong in fundamentals. Is it okay? And you must be connected with your friends properly. There is one saying called, tell your friend I tell about you. You are wonderful teachers, wonderful seniors. And even like this, you can mingle together, isn't it? You can mingle, you can plan meticulously. Is it okay? You can organize. Is it okay? See, these 3 years, these six semesters, you are seasoned. Is it okay? Maybe 80% follow, you reach 100. You maybe 60% follow, you reach 100. So therefore, in the beginning, a lot of differences. At the end, the final semester, you are seasoned. You become the product of Bishop Heber, product of American, product of Madurai Christian College, product of Lerido College, product of, let us say, Scott Christian College. So what will be the background of you, the financial, the parental? When you here, you become students of Bishop Heber, students of American. So dear friends, look at this one, innovations. This is the time for innovative ideas, creativity. Is it okay? Normally, young students are known for innovations, known for creativity. Is it okay? So therefore, you go through and you present and you come out with creativity, different ideas and concepts. You're going to have as many oral presentations, as many poster presentations, maybe from the researchers, from the postgraduate students, but even first year students have the privilege of listening to what your seniors are talking. So you must be receptive, you must be able to apply. These days, we're exposed to many, many good things. But when it comes to the application, very little. So you have to apply what you learn. That's most important. These days, we call about incubations, call about startups, call about, that is saying, internships. Is it okay? So what you study, you must practice immediately. Is it okay? That is there. In those days, the beginning, during our time in 80s, we have projects only in second year PG. Now all are doing projects. Even the school boys are doing a lot of activities. So I'm glad that recent generation youngsters are exposed to many, many good events, good attributes, and you must be able to apply immediately, and you must be matured enough. Is it okay? So you're a bit late. I don't want to take much time. I'm sure today is going to be an enlightening day. I'm glad that extreme members of faculty from American College are here, meeting our faculty members, meeting all of you. They're going to give keynote addresses. They're going to share the presentations. I'm sure they're going to deliberate many, many things in your discipline. Is it okay? These days, we are digitally connected. In those days, the kind of this thing, computer science, computer application, were only for students of computer application. Now, everybody is smarter, isn't it? Without computers, we can't survive. Is it okay? Without missions, we can't do. So we have a lot of topics. Everything is connected now. Is it okay? So therefore, you must be very strong computationally. There is also computational biology. There is, of course, now it's an interdisciplinary approach, isn't it? Without all these are coming together, we can't excel. These days, everything is connected. Biology, zoology, botany, bioinformatics, combination of mathematics, statistics, biostatistics. So is it okay? So now all are coming together. We say interdisciplinary, we say cross-disciplinary. So all are coming together. So dear friends, research is only for transformation. What is this? What's the very purpose of this MOU? What's the very purpose of organizing this kind of international event? Inviting as many from outside to talk? Just for transformation. We'll transform ourselves into better humans, the seasoned human beings. That way we can contribute better for the ideal living, not only for us, but also in general, for all of us. So at this juncture, once again, I thank the American College for coming forward to sign an MOU with our college. Of course, they have a lot of activities to be implemented. And I think this MOU will be very vibrant in future. I also thank Bodhi International. Of course, they've been supporting us on various occasions. But for the support, it is not possible for us to publish. I thank both the American College and Bodhi International for coming forward generously, join our hands to do something better for this earth. I wish you all the best. I'm sure all the deliberations, all the presentations, oral as well as posters, will be useful for all the participants of this conference. All the best. God bless you all.
Sir, for your inspiring opening to our conference.
Signing of Memorandum of Understanding marks the consolidation of a true partnership and relationship between the two prestigious institutions. In fact, Bishop Heber College, a great institution which seeks to function through love and respect and with efficiency and creativity, catering to the educational needs of all. It is very proud to be associated with the Department of Zoology, American College, which is another institution which is known for its academic excellence and social relevance. Now, I do call upon our beloved principal, Dr. Paul Diabran, sir, to exchange the signed MOU with the head of the department, Dr. Joseph Thaddeus, sir. As our principal of the American College is online, we request the head of the Department of Zoology, American College, to exchange the MOU with our beloved principal, Dr. Paul Diabran, sir. MOU will enhance the collaboration activities such as exchange of information, knowledge, and material, student exchanges, joint researchers, joint organization of conference, symposia, and seminars, joint research trainings, joint extension activities. Thank you, Principal, sir, and the head of the Department of Zoology, American College.
Release the compiled abstracts as proceedings. Now I request Dr. Joseph Thaddeus, Associate Professor and Head of PG and Research Department of Zoology, the American College, Madurai, to confer the proceedings to our benevolent principal of Bishop Heber College, Dr. D. Paul Diabran. Sir, it's a great honor for us.
Love is a promise. Love is a souvenir. Once given, never forgotten. Never let it disappear. We have a visionary person who was instrumental in functionalizing the satellite campus near Tiruchirappalli in 2005. He is also known for a significant book on concept mapping on mathematics education through CAI with ICBN number, who is connected to us virtually. To make today's conference more consequential, I hereby invite Dr. M. Navamani Christopher, Principal and Secretary of American College, Madurai, to deliver the inaugural address and to release the conference proceedings.
Good morning. Can you hear my voice? This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Psalms 118, verse 24. Good morning, one and all. Respected Principal of Bishop Heber College, Dr. Paul Diabran, a very good friend of mine. The dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and online. It's a great honor to deliver the inaugural address in the Bodhi International Conference on Innovations in Biological Sciences and Environmental Sustainability, ICIBSES'22, jointly organized by Bishop Heber College, the American College, and Bodhi International. Actually, I have planned to come in person, but unfortunately, I couldn't. Sorry for the inconvenience. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. Psalms 133, verse 1. I am thankful to Lord for giving me this opportunity. I am grateful to Bishop Heber College, especially Dr. Paul Diabran, the principal, for hosting us, and also my heartfelt thanks to Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. I am honored to be speaking on the joyous day when two of the old Christian institutions of the country, the Bishop Heber College and the American College, have come shoulder to shoulder to sign a pact of understanding for mutual cooperation. The Bible says that the presence of multiple counselors is necessary to make good, effective decisions in all walks of life and encourages taking counsel from wise people. I see this solidarity between Bishop Heber College and the American College in that light. As brothers, we have come together and started a new chapter of mutual understanding and sharing of ideas and expertise. Clustering of ideas or collaborations or multilateralism, as some call it, it is the need of the hour. As we, the citizens of the world, face unprecedented crises such as economic recession, pandemic, war, famine, climate change, etc., etc. As we deliberate together as scientific community on the development of sustainable innovations in biology as solutions to various problems faced by the human race, it is important to remember how many of the important scientific discoveries and milestones were achieved by cooperation between different people across the world. Let me give some examples of multilateralism at work for the common good. One of the most important milestones in biology is the detection of structure of DNA. This was only possible by collaboration between great scientists like Maurice Wilkins, Rosalind Franklin of the King's College London, and James Watson and Francis Crick of Cavendish Laboratories. This event, which revolutionized life sciences, started when James Watson came across the works of Maurice Wilkins in a conference of this kind in Zoological Station at Naples. The development of International Space Station, which is a giant laboratory floating in space, is the result of joint venture by the United States, Canada, Japan, the nations of European Union, and Russia. One of the largest objects to be put in space by humans, ICIBSES, as a host for scientists of different countries, platform various science experiments. Till now, as many as 3,600 researchers have completed 2,500 experiments. This uninhibited sharing of knowledge is an absolute prerequisite for finding solutions to various problems facing mankind. Another important milestone of life sciences is the completion of the Human Genome Project. This international effort led to the complete sequencing of human genome. It did not end here. The team effort ended in development of several scientific techniques than originally envisaged by the researchers. Techniques such as high throughput sequencing developed during the Human Genome Project paved the way for the quick development of life-saving vaccines for polio. Under the leadership of UNICEF, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative was launched, is inching closer to the goal of eradicating polio once and for all from the face of Earth. UNICEF, working together with various governments, are responsible for the adequate supply and distribution of polio vaccines. Without this international effort by various stakeholders, our children, the next generation, would be still afflicted by this devastating paralytic disease. I can numerous examples from across the world where scientists from different places have worked together to find answers to various questions. CERN is an important example of it, where scientists are putting their heads together to answer various questions about the physical nature of the universe and the mathematical laws that govern it. As we start this conference, let us keep in mind the importance and the role of such meetings for it is good to all. It might look like a small meeting in an obscure part of the world, but it could be a place where an impressionable student will find an inspiration. It could become the place where the future of the world is determined. So let us not underestimate and small beginnings such as this. Let me congratulate all the organizers of the conference for their effort to bring together the scientific community. As Helen Keller has put it, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Let this cooperation between the two colleges be a long one, and let this friendship outlive all of us. I am happy to give the inaugural address for the Bodhi International Conference on Innovations in Biological Science and Environment Sustainability, ICIBSES'22. All the very best, and thanks to Dr. Paul Deabran and the Roots officials and the organizers, the faculty, the students of Bishop Heber College, and the friends. Thank you all.
College. It will pave way for many more occasions like this. So with this, I want to express our thanks
Without their support and cooperation, this conference would not have been possible. Thank you. Thank you both profusely, sir. With deep sense of gratitude, we express our sincere thanks to Dr. Balakrishnan, editor, Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, for his sincere efforts towards this international conference. We are much indebted to the resource persons, especially Dr. Sudhakar Munyasamy, senior scientist from South Africa, Dr. Dinagaran, head Zoology Department of Madurai College, Madurai, Dr. Kannan Narayanan, former professor, Christian Albrecht University, Germany, and an alumnus of the Zoology Department of the American College, and Dr. Alagappa Moses, Vice Principal of Bishop Heber College, who is going to deliver the valedictory address in the evening. We extend our thanks to all the chairpersons and the delegates for honoring us with your active participation. We will be failing in our duty if we do not express our thanks to all the faculty members of both Bishop Heber College and the American College. Last but not the least, we thank the press persons and those who extended their help in organizing this international conference. Thank you, one and all.
Tea time is a chance to slow down, pull back, and appreciate our surroundings. That's all. Refreshment. The refreshment will be provided beside the. We'll meet them after a short break. Mates, please try to come back after 5. Kindly.
அவர்தான் சவுண்ட் ஓவரா இருக்குல்ல சவுண்ட் அவுட்புட் வருது மெசேஜ் பண்ணாங்க சார் அதுக்கப்புறம் நான்
இங்க மியூட் பண்ணிட்டு பண்ணணும் மியூட் பண்ணி இப்பதான் பண்ணேன் அப்புறம் இப்ப கொடுங்க
சார் இருந்துச்சு
இல்ல இங்க மட்டும் இல்ல இப்பதான் மியூட் பண்ணேன்
இங்க ஆபரேட்டிங் கரெக்டா இருந்ததா எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிரச்சனை இல்லை நான் கரெக்டா வச்சிருக்கேன்
இல்ல நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மியூட் பண்ணேன் சார்
இங்க மியூட் இந்த மியூட் பண்ணிருந்தேன்
அததான் வேற இல்ல சார்
இங்க மியூட் பண்ணிருந்தேன் இத மியூட் பண்ணிருந்தேன் அதனால ஒன்றும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம்
இப்ப போடுங்க வராது அவ்வளவுதானே இருக்கு மியூட் தான் புரியுதா மைக்ல பேச தெரியாது மைக் நிறைய பேர் ஆன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க அதனால டோட்டலா மியூட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கோம்
இத மியூட் பண்ணி வச்சிட்டு ஜூம்ல மட்டும்
இங்க மியூட் பண்ணிட்டு ஜூம்ல மட்டும் ஆன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கோம்
Okay.
10 minutes போடு Hello, sir. Sudhakar, sir.
Yes, yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
I can hear.
Hello.
Yes, yes,
Sudhakar, sir, am I audible?
yes, I can hear your voice. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, I can hear
Sir, you
you.
are not audible. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, Benjamin sir, Sudhar sir is clearly audible. Benjamin sir, there is some problem with your side, I think. Sudhar sir's audio is clear. It is very clear.
Yes, I can hear. Yeah, thank you,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you,
We
thank
can
you.
hear you, sir. Thank you, sir. Benjamin sir, I think there is some problem with Benjamin sir's side. Let me check, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm here.
Okay.
Jerry is here. Hello.
Jerry,
Yeah.
Sudhar sir audio clear ah
Okay.
All right, okay. It is very clear.
Sudhakar, sir, please talk something, sir. We wanted to hear.
Yes, I can hear you. I can
Yes,
hear you,
yes.
Benjamin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great.
Here also it's okay.
Okay.
Let me mute, sir. Let me mute now, and I will open after 5 minutes.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
So I think we can join. Yes, we can continue in 5 minutes, I think, sir.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
our resource person, Dr. Sudhakar Muniyasamy, Senior Scientist, CSIR, Chemical Cluster South Africa, who's awaiting virtually. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Can I start my presentation?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay. Can you see everyone my presentation?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you're clear, sir. You're audible.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for the kind invitation from the Bishop Carver College for the organizing the Bodhi International Conference on Innovation in Biological Science and Environmental Sustainability. I welcome all the participants, the delegates, and the chief guest, and the beloved principal from both from Bishop College, Trichy, as well as the American College. Very glad to hear the inaugural address. Thank you once again for the kind invitation for me. So my talk today is going to be on sustainable, bio-based, biodegradable plastic for environmental application. So as you all know that, currently there's plastic pollution issues is happening globally. And, many countries, they're banning the plastics, the conventional plastic that comes from the fossil oil. So they're banning it, and they are, even India, even Tamil Nadu also, they're banning the carrier bags, single-use plastics. Hello? Yes.
So can you wait for a minute, sir? So we have some technical issue with the speaker.
Okay, no problem. I can wait.
Just 2 minutes. Yeah. இல்லையே இங்க கேக்குது ஸ்பீக்கர்ல கேக்கல
சார் இது இந்த மைக்
ஓ இது ஆஃப் பண்ணியா
இது ஆஃப் பண்ணா சார் இந்த கிளியரா கேக்குது மைக்
ஹலோ
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, speaker la pole. System la da kekudhu. Mic light amma light இல்லையா da kekudhu.
அவர் வச்சு கரெக்ட்டா தான் இருக்கு. அவரை கூப்பிடுங்க.
Speaker in the corner. Speaker.
Give us up.
உங்க லைட் இங்க எரியணும் வரலையே இது ஆஃப் பண்ணிருக்கா
சார் இது வந்து நீங்க இந்த ஸ்பீக்கர் ஆப்ஷன்ல போய் மாத்தணும்
என்னத்த மாத்தணும்
அவுட்புட் எதுல இருந்து எடுக்கணும்ங்கறத மாத்தணும்
Ben sir.
Okay. Hello.
Ben sir. Benjamin sir.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes sir. Yes sir. It is very clear.
Now it is audible, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So speaker la kekudha?
Dagar sir. So you can start.
Na pesa kekudha?
We can hear you.
Yes sir.
Sir, you
can hear me now? Can I start presentation?
Yes, sure.
Okay. It's great. So I'm Dr. Sudhakar Muniyasamy. I'm a senior scientist at the CSIR, South Africa. So it's a CSIR is a Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So how is in India like a CSIR? Similar, we have a CSIR at South Africa. So I'm based in Pretoria, South Africa. Suppose can you able to hear me? Yes, okay, great. So thanks for the kind invitation for the conference organizer. It's a really privilege and honor to attend this Bodhi International Conference on Innovation in Biological Science and Environmental Sustainability. It's a great privilege to hear the inaugural lectures from the beloved principal from American College and the Christopher College, and glad to see Professor from Madurai College, Tinagaran sir, and American College. Those of the cities, sir. Very glad to see them. Thanks for the once again for the kind invitation. So my talk is going to be on sustainable bio-based biodegradable plastics for environmental application. So as you all know that currently there's a plastic pollution issues globally. There's a lot of countries that are banning the plastic issue because it's accumulating in the landfill and the marine water and many harmful to the many aspects. So they were banning even in Tamil Nadu also, even many of the states in India also, they are banning the plastic. So, so my research is mainly on how to address this problem, how you're using innovative technology, how to address the problem. That's my talk is going to be today. Before I go into detail in my research work, let me explain what is CSIR, what we are doing it, how the structure of the CSIR is working, and everything. So the CSR is a Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. It is similar to like it's a government institute. It's a similar like how is in India. We have a head office is in Pretoria, that where I am based in, and also we have branches in Durban City, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, Stellenbosch, that we have a branches. So each branches like regional offices, we have some unique branches, like if some here we are doing like advanced material. So in Durban, they are doing like a biorefinery. Some of the aspect they are doing agriculture practices, kind of pharmaceutical. So that each branches have our own capability, and we have it. So we have a total of more than 2,300 employees. So most of them science and the engineering background. So like the staffs, more than 320 people have a PhD holders. So every year we produce like more than 500 research publication. So every year we produce like 22 new patents, and also we technology demonstration. So we demonstrate some technology that industry can take it immediately for the commercialization. So we are not just doing the research for the publication. So we want to implement some of the technology to be commercialized and globally. So that's our one of the mandate that we are doing it. So I hope you all know that the CSR is one of the top institute in the world. Also is in African continent, one of the #1 institute in African continent. So we operate like every year like 2,534 million total income. We operate the whole unit, the CSIR. So every year, whatever the technologies commercialized, we get a royalty. So the patent, because its technology is transferred to many, so we get a royalty like a 5.40 every year we get like that. And also we put a lot of investment, more than 120 million rand, South African rand. We put a money for the human capital development for the PhD students and master students, and also postdoctoral and also internship. So whoever can come and do work with the research, and they can register the PhD or master degree wherever the research institute, they can come and do research with us. So we give a lot of scholarship, internship, and also some temporary contract we give them. So that's the way the CSR works. So our mission is So we do the collaboration research and develop innovative research and try to localize the technology for the sustainable advance of industry and society. So that is our mission of CSIR. So we are the accelerator of the socio-economic prosperity for South Africa through the leading innovation. So that's the way our mandate works here. So we have a whole CSIR. So we have a total 9 cluster. 9 cluster, 9 cluster is like each cluster has a own kind of R&D theme and innovation. Like cluster, we have advanced agriculture food. So we do like innovative something agro processing. We all the agriculture related work we do one of the cluster they do, and also future production of chemicals. So this arm belongs to the future production chemicals. So we do establishing like a biochemicals, biomaterials, and pharmaceuticals platform, like advanced materials, everything we do in the chemical cluster. So there also we have a department like a next generation health. So we do like a lot of drug designing, those aspects, everything we do on the next generation of health. Even there is a lot of activities going on, the COVID related issues. And also we have a future production. So as you all know that South Africa is very famous for mining. So we are developing like innovation in the mining industry to improve the technology, mainly on the titanium plant, everything we are doing it. So that manufacturing and also titanium and the mining, and also we have defense security. So mainly we work for the home affairs, like to strengthen the defense system and everything. We work on cyber security, all aspects we support them to the government. So and also we have a smart places. So for example, if you have developed the technology something either through so we do the techno-economic feasibility. So to make sure that whatever you're developing is economically possible, and you are doing like you can do the commercialization, or you can do the manufacturing. Just we are not doing like a sake of research in doing publication. So we are trying to implement, creating the SMMEs, incubation to transfer the technology. So that's why we tell them that the technology we develop, how is it going to work, how the economy needed, how to put the plant, so many aspects we working. So for example, also we have a smart mobility. So if you are setting up the new plant in different countries, and how you are making arrangement, everything we do, and the next generation. And also we create like SMMEs, and we support it. Okay, so I belongs to the chemical cluster. So the chemical cluster, we have a 5 different research group: Center for Advanced Nanostructure, Advanced Material. I belongs to that group. And also we have a metal extraction and conversion, and also biomanufacturing and integrated chemical conversion, and also biotechnology, pharma technology innovation. So these are the main groups that we have in our research group in chemical cluster. So each center has a own facility, like a world-class facility. So you have all the characterization facility. You can do the research from the basics to fundamental, and also you have a pilot scale facility that see when you do the research, you always do the small scale, like 1 gram, 2 gram. But when you go to the industry, you need a huge amount. It's economically impossible when you do a research. So you need to transfer to the manufacturing level. So we have a pilot scale facility. So whatever you're doing at the laboratory scale, it should be replicated in pilot scale, something like a 10 kg, 20 kg level, that you are developing some molecules or something like, the enzymatic process or fermentation process, whatever. So we demonstrate in pilot scale facility. And also we do the collaboration with various international institutes like Tistel, DuPont, TSF, and Sasol, and the pharmaceutical companies like ASPAN and the automotive industry. So we do the collaboration. and we get a funding from the local government institute, like international government, we get a funding. So that's the way the whole our cluster is working. So it's a basically we are developing the technology, and we are working on all the aspect, and we're trying to manufacture the technology to the industrial manufacturing. So that's the way we work on it. So let me come to my presentation. So I'm going to give today talk on sustainable biodegradable bioplastic products for environmental application. So my project objective to find alternative materials for conventional plastic. That is our objective. So we are trying to find out what are the single-use plastics, like where is creating the plastic pollution, mainly the packaging, medical items, agriculture item, how we can develop the eco-friendly material from the plant waste. You're not need to depend on the conventional petrochemical. So that's the way I'm going to talk about the introduction, what's the definition about the biomaterials, bioplastics, and the biodegradable polymers, what are the classification of biodegradable polymers, how to develop sustainable bioplastic from renewable resources, and the biodegradable polymers application in different areas like packaging, medical, agriculture, and how the CSR R&D is working on developing the R&D on bioplastic technology, and the key findings and conclusion recommendation. So basically, if you look at the world plastic production, from 1950 to currently, it's almost is increasing tremendously. So currently now we are sitting with like a 360 million tons per year that we are producing. So what is exactly showing the trend is, the plastics that we are currently using the everyday life, like your toothbrush and packaging or cutlery and your chair and everything, every application, if you go to every application, the plastics there. So it's steadily increasing. The reason is because he's replaced many materials. In those days, we used to have a glass, metals, and so many things, because very fragile, very expensive, and how to say, very heavy, so many. But when the plastic invented after 1960, it replaced many items, and it's become of it because of the low cost, easily processable, easily manufacturable, so many aspects. The production is increasing, lot of innovative products is coming. But if you look at them, is going for many applications: packaging, building construction, automotive, agricultural, even consumer goods, everything you can use it. But if you look at that, some of the application like a packaging, agricultural, and consumer goods, these are the short-time uses. If you see, imagine you are producing 365 million tons every year. So 50 to 55%, you are just using only once, short-term use. After use, you're just putting to the landfill. These are the recalcitrant material. It's not going to degrade. It takes many tickets to degrade. So this is the environment problems is coming out. So how to address this issue? That's why our research is focused on. So if you, for example, if you go to the supermarket, you can see the packaging, vegetables, fruits, and the meat, everything is there. You concentrate always on the food and everything. You never think about the packaging. This packaging is just wrapping to save the shelf life of the your food and vegetables and everything. But after you take out you just never concerned about. You just throwing out. But these are thin films, and it's not economically recyclable. So this is the one is creating a problem. And if you go to the agriculture field, you are in the greenhouse, greenhouse and mulch film and the nursery pots, everything is a plastics, but these are conventional plastic. It's not going to, once you use the plastic, it's not going for the recycling because it's contaminated with the soil. And also, if you remove everything, it's not economically feasible. So I'm trying to say, if you produce the virgin plastic, if you are producing, and this one used plastic, if you want to recycle, is more expensive than the virgin plastic. So it means it's not economic, it's not recycling happening. So automatically it's going to the landfill and is creating then after landfill, it's going to the marine water. So we are dumping the plastic into to that. So it takes is harmful to the terrestrial and aquatic bit. Even we are having a lot of diseases through the plastics nowadays. So the world faces the global plastic issues. So plastics, conventional plastic takes more than 100 years to degrade and is very harmful to many living organisms, including aquatic and terrestrial. So globally, more than 8 million tons of plastic every year we are dumping to the landfill and the ocean. And plastics are very cheap to produce, but very expensive to clean the environment. So globally, there is a drive to address this issue. So if we don't take this now, our future generation will suffer. Recently the World Economic Forum, they given the rate, by 2050, okay, if we don't take action to address this issue, by 2050, in the ocean, you will have a more plastic than fish. It means we are going to eat plastic rather than fish. So we need to address this issue. Imagine that even India also one of the leading country in the world is the mismanagement of plastic, including South Africa. So one of the top 15 countries in the world is mismanagement of world. So we need to address. So if we don't take action in another 2 years, is going to increase a lot. So that's the reason globally that there's a drive to ban the single-use plastics. So how to address this problem? So what we are thinking is why we need to use some, because we are not thinking of to replace all the plastic. For example, your plastic chair, that is a durable plastic. Some of the like automotive and when you're making aerospace application, there are durable plastic. You don't need to find eco-friendly, but there is a part that you need to think about the single-use plastic, like your straw, cutlery, carrier bags, and small things. That is the highly consumed plastic, the packaging item. That is the overall production is 50-55% is single-use plastic. That's the real issue. How to address that one? So what we are doing is taking the renewable material like agriculture, biomass, waste residue that globally is available heavily. Even India, the agriculture resources are there, but we are not potentially used. Even agriculture unit is going down in India. So there's an opportunity. You can utilize the agriculture biomass. You can extract valuable chemicals like lignin, cellulose, starch, and everything. Then you can extract. Then from that, you can develop a material. So in the gift of the agriculture, you can use it for many applications, not only the biomaterials. You can use it for biofuels. Like you can then from that, you can produce a bioethanol, biogas, bioelectricity, biodiesel, and biochemicals, fine chemicals. You can produce it. And also you can go. So my research is mainly focused on the biomaterials side. So what are bioplastic? So you are depending on the plant sources. Instead of going to the petroleum, like a fossil oil, you are just taking the plant, you are taking the organic carbon, and you're developing a plastic that is called bioplastics. So the value proposition of here, you are taking the organic carbon from the plant rather than oil, petroleum. Petroleum oil is a non-renewable, it's a depleting resources. But here, the plant is a renewable. So if you grow the plant, you can grow automatically. This is called sustainable material. So that is the advantage. This is the way forward for the future to address these plastic pollution issues. So what are the global drivers? So it's going to give the environmental impacts because there is a plant materials automatically renewed. So it's going to address that because the raw material is coming from biomass, plant-based. So there's no hazardous. And also there's no how to say is in the greenhouse gas emission, because you know how the photosynthesis works. So it releases the oxygen and takes the carbon dioxide. Similarly, so that's a way it's going to reduce it, because is a zero carbon emission. But in the case of petrochemical, there's a producing like a greenhouse emission. So there is but in the case of using bioplastic, there's an opportunity, like you can do the after end of life, it's going to biodegrade. So it's giving the opportunity for the environmental effects and also social effect. The social effect means you are taking agricultural biomass, for example, so many people will get a benefit when you're making bioplastic. The new industry is going to come. So you are taking like potato starch or whatever for the consumption. The remaining agricultural waste, like a sugarcane bagasse and maize stalk residues, and a lot of food waste and industrial waste, biomass waste, like a forest resource. Currently you're just putting the landfill. So you're trying to make from this valuable material. So automatically you are creating a new industry. Many people going to get jobs, and you are making all the industry greening. So there's a social effect the people will get, and many people get employment, social effects, and also economic effect. If you do this aspectly, like a social environment, automatically your country economy will grow. Like you're utilizing the waste streams of the byproducts, and you're creating a new material, and you're developing, and many people will get a job, and you can do all the material and properly, and you're exporting everything. So automatically you're introducing the new environmentally friendly materials to the market. So automatically you are creating economic effects, social effects, environmental. That's the benefit of bioplastics as compared to conventional plastics. So when you come into the bioplastic and biodegradable plastic, there's a two classification you need to consider it. Okay, for example, polylactic acid. So you do the fermentation, you produce the polylactic acid. This is called it's called bio-based and biodegradable. So like your microbial biopolymer, like a PHP, polyhydroxybutyrate, that microorganism synthesis some polymer like a cordyceps, alginate. These are is called, you can claim as a bio-based biodegradable. For example, from the plant also you can extract from sugarcane, you can produce like a ethanol. From the ethanol you can dehydrate to make ethylene, then it's going to be bioethylene. So imagine bioethylene and a petrochemical ethylene, polyethylene is going to be a chemical structure same. So it can be, you can claim as a bio-based non-biodegradable. But in the case of polylactic acid, PHPV, cordyceps, starch, everything bio-based, biodegradable. So you have to consider about what is bio-based biodegradable, what is bio-based non-biodegradable, because green polyethylene, green nylon, everything you can say is it can be useful for the durable application, but it's a plant-based and sustainable. So that is the difference you need to consider. So when you come into this picture, particularly when you talk about the bio-based material, bioplastic and biodegradable, the definition are very, very important. You can't simply say that you are working on biomaterial, bioplastic. So you should know the real meaning of the materials. The biomaterial, it means that your material, you are use it for the biological system, that you are that interface with your body and replace any tissue. That if you are using any material for the biological organs, then you can call it as a biomaterial. So when you come into the bioplastic, that you are designing a plastic from plant sources like a vegetable oil, cornstarch, food waste, and microbial. Then you can call it as a bioplastic. So what is biodegradable plastic? Biodegradable plastic, that your material after end of life, when you put into the environment, it is going to biodegrade and leaving final end product like a CO2, methane, and cell biomass. Then you can call it as a biodegradable material. So this is some of the classification. So you have to be very, very careful when you talk about bio-based material. you can develop develop variety of bio-based material. You can, from the plant, you can extract biopolymers from the plant sources, and also it's animal. You can do collagen, gelatin from the animal. Also, you can extract biopolymers. On the plant, you can do like a cellulose, starch, glucose, everything you can do that. And also from the fermentation process, you can develop a bioplastic like a polylactic acid and everything. And also from the macros, if you provide correct environment, optimum environment, that can produce the biopolymers like a polyhydroxy, alganates, and everything, colon, xanthan, everything. So this is the main classification of bio-based polymers. So each, imagine when you talk about certain biopolymers, each has a unique qualities. Like if I'm talking polylactic acid, it has a certain melting temperature. It has certain cross-reaction temperature, certain thermal properties, that are physical properties, strength, everything. So you need to be very, very careful when you talk about polylactics. Each polymer, it can go for certain application, certain properties, specific properties. So that is very, very important. For example, PHA, polyhydroxyalganate, that is produced by microbial organism, that it contains, it produces like it's a marine biodegradable, and it can be used for a lot of medical applications. So similarly, each polymer has its own characteristics. So similarly, for example, microalgae also it can be used for bioplastics. So you have a microalgae, it contains cellulose lipids, then it can produce a PHA, then you can make a bioplastic. Similarly, macroalgae can also produce a lactic acid, then you can do the polymerization, you can make a bioplastic. And also you can use microalgae, then you can blend with the biopolymers like a polylactic acid, then you can make a composite material to make a bioplastic. That is all environmental friendly, biodegradable. So you can design, when you think of like a flexible product or bottles, drinking bottles, each one it has its own characteristics. Like you should have a thermal property, everything. So you need to balance the property, certain application. So generally, I need to say the biodegradable polymers can use it for so many applications, like cardiac surgery. You can use it, water treatment, you can use it, and also you can use it for biomedical application and also automotive application. You can use the flame retardant. You can use it. Just hold on 1 minute. Sorry, actually, due to time blame, so they want to finish it. So I'm just going to finish it very quickly. So biodegradable polymers can be used to so many applications, lot of application in the bone implantation application. So automatically in the biomedical application, if you are doing the bone implantation, so when you are currently using plastic, the bone implantation grows, you have to remove the plastic. But in the case of biodegradable, automatically enzyme reaction is going to degrade. That's the advantage. So there's a big market. There's a market is growing, and it has a imagine. So what you are doing, the bioplastic research is a value of 324 billion value of project. So there's a very big value. This one. So in CSR, South Africa, we have a lot of agriculture waste. So I'm one of the leading on the bioplastic project for South Africa. So we have agriculture waste, and we're trying to make a lot of bioplastic products. So we are extracting the agriculture waste biomass into cellulose, microcrystalline cellulose, and also paper industry byproducts like lignin, glycerol, and also waste potato starch, and so many corn starch. There is a lot abundantly available here, and no one is underutilized. It's a waste material. We are trying to make a bioplastic, and we are creating so many products. So we are going to create a South African economy, and we are trying to replace the petroleum business, and also going to reduce the greenhouse emissions. So we are using different feedstock material. So when you're making a bioplastic, it's not necessarily to be a specific feedstock. You can use a different feedstock. Then you can develop material. So this is a way the CSR is working on it. Mainly we are formulating the material, and we are make sure this environmental friendly everything. We are developing different end products. Okay. So this is some of the, when you design the material, if you want to blow molding, if you want injection molding and everything, you can develop it. So some of the products that we developed it, the biodegradable film and cutlery, and we have developed it. So we also developed CSR biodegradable mulch film. So the UK government, they sponsored 25 million rand to develop currently, polyethylene they are currently using. So after harvesting, they're just removing the plastic. So it's creating a microplastic, but they want a biodegradable mulch film. So we are developing the mulch film. So we are trying to implement in different countries like Nigeria, Kenya, in South Africa. We are implementing. So currently the project we developed it, and we are doing the like a field trials, different countries. So how is the performance? So that when after post harvesting, the farmers no need to take. They can leave it as it is because it's organic carbon, the material. So it can go and help the soil and nutrient. That is the advantage of biodegradable polymers. And also we have developed carrier bags. So that also we have tested it, and we have a facility, pilot scale facility. So we have tested printing, everything. So from the how to take it from the cellulose, everything we developed it, and it was meeting all the requirements. And also we have made a comb compostable cutlery also. So, and we found this eco-friendly, currently polyethylene, polypropylene. So it's non-biodegradable, but this one, even you can put into your kitchen waste and your food waste, is completely home compostable. So that we have like a technological readiness level 6. So in CSIR, so we have our own like a technology readiness 6 means it meets the industrial requirements. It can be easily commercialized for licensing. So that's the way they give the rank like a tier level 6. So if you do the basic R&D, it means tier level 3. So tier level 6 means it means it's ready for commercialization. So, and also we have a surgical aprons, in a biomedical area, you can make, currently they are using the sheet, everything, and polyethylene. So after, when you touch with the blood and everything, they're just, these are class 1 category. So you just put into the landfill. So we are trying to give biodegradable, compostable surgical aprons. So that can go into completely biodegradable. So also to another important, when you design the material, you have to make sure that you have the environmental claims. For example, the material, sometimes it can degradable in soil, sometimes it degradable in compost. You have to make sure how long it takes each environment. Compost, how long it takes, there's international standard and everything. So, and also we are involved with the various international standard development. So ASTM standard, European standard, we are writing a new standards for these materials. So these are some of the biodegradation test results to scientifically prove how the materials works and to claim environmental claim and give a certification on the product. So before you commercialize, you have to make sure your material is meeting all the directions and completely biodegradable. These are some of the products that we developed it, and we started for the manufacturing. So basically, what we found scientifically, if you develop the material, what we are recommending, if you put into the composting, it will be quicker biodegradation than the soil. It degrades, then marine water degrades. So basically, if you look at the compost, the microorganism is very high, it degrades very faster, because in compost there are a lot of microorganism, bacteria and fungi. But in the case of soil, there is a mesophilic bacteria responsible for the degradation. And in the fresh water and marine water, there was a slow degradation happening, diluted bacteria, something. So some of my product is already commercialized. So when you have time, just type my name, so you can find a lot of my work is already published in the media. and we have developed so many technology and received many awards for the technology. So basically what we are doing is the research, and we are trying to develop innovative material and trying to manufacture for the different application, trying to create new industries, new jobs we are creating. That's basically we are doing it. Yeah. So to conclude, so currently the biodegradable plastics is receiving many attention to replace the conventional plastic. So if you do the research mainly on the green technology approach, like renewable, recyclable, and reusable, there's a great opportunity. So you can develop a cost-effective method for biodegradable products. So it can address the plastic pollution issues. So, so automatically this project can help not only in South Africa, and also there's opportunity for India as well. There's a lot of biomass available, readily available. So you can create a local containerization, local biomass utilizing to make a bioplastic, and it can you can strengthen your local manufacturing unit, and you can create a new generation and new jobs, and you can reduce the plastic pollution issues the country. So I'd like to acknowledge my project team and also the funding for this project, like NRF, DSI, and economy, the industrial partner to this project to make it reliable. So thank you. Before conclude, I want to give a few information to the students, specifically, you know, the PhD master students, who I am, and how I come to this position. I studied my bachelor degree, a master degree at the Madurai College, Madurai. Then I went to MPhil at Loyola College. I studied at advanced zoology at Loyola College. So then what I had done it. So the professor, my teacher is already there. Professor Tiruchirappalli is there. He knows me. So I'm not like not a very brilliant student. It's not. I'm not like that. I'm an average student. So if I say brilliant student, Professor Tiruchirappalli will not agree. Okay. So so I studied MPhil degree. Then I want to apply the knowledge I gained. So it means when don't think that I'm given a presentation about the polymer science, chemical materials. I'm not a typical polymer scientist, but my basic is advanced zoology, biological science. I learn about biotechnology. I learn about microbiology. I learn about the basics, fundamentals. Then after that, after MPhil, I finished. I saw a project is happening in IIT Chennai. There's a project they called for the Naval Research the project is called like a biodegradation of plastics. Then I applied that position to the IIT Chennai. So that time there is no biotechnology department at IIT Chennai. That time there was a chemical engineering department. I'm talking about around 2004 and 2005. So I applied that position. They called for the interview. When that interview, when everyone attending, I'm the only one biological background. The remaining are everything BTech, MTech students. They're attending for their position. Is a project officer for the project, the biodegradation of plastic. Then when they saw my CV, they were asking me, you came from zoological background, how can you come to the engineering college? They were asking me. Then I convinced the panel. I told them the project is about biodegradation of plastic. So who has an engineering background or something like polymer science or chemistry cannot handle this project. So someone should have the interdisciplinary knowledge, who can know the microbiology, who knows the biotechnology, who knows the chemistry, so then can handle the pressure. So I convinced the panel to get that position. So finally they selected me to the IIT Chennai. Then from the 2 years, I learned so many things about the basics, fundamentals, whatever you studied, your bachelor degree or master degree, and everything I learned. I published a lot of articles. From that, I got a PhD position at a University of Pisa, Italy. So the whole completely, I got a complete funding for your food, accommodation, everything. I'm one of the top 3 chemical sciences PhD award holder. So I received my PhD for doing PhD at the University Pisa, Italy. Then I learned so many things. So then after that, I went to postdoc Canada. I was doing 2 years Canada to develop whatever you learn, the PhD, everything. I done a postdoc 2 years. From that, the South African government, the DSA, our Department of Science and Innovation, they invited me to the specific person to lead this project. So I'm doing this post like last 11 years. I'm working on this in this position. It's like invitation, special invitation to lead this project. It's a big recognition to me. So my point I want to explain to you, to the specific to the students, the PhD is very mainly for the master students or undergraduate students and a PhD. When you do when you want to do a PhD, you have to think how your whatever they learned through your PhD, master degree, undergraduate, you have to use innovatively. You have to show your individuality to grow up. I'm currently, I traveled most of the countries. Almost I traveled all the continent now. And I'm being part of many international committee level to leading this bioplastic project. But you have to show your unique quality, how you are doing innovation. It's not like you're doing like a research publication or something. Don't do this. You have to think how to apply what you learn and how to improve the skills, and show your individuality. That will really helps to sustain and that will grow. So that's my message to the young researcher and emerging researcher. Thanks for the opportunity for this meeting. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know. Aidan, can you hear me? Yes, Aidan. I'm unable to hear. Sorry, I'm unable to hear. Yes, yes, Dr. Benjamin. If you have any questions, let me know.
If no questions, we will wind up this session. A small announcement makes other college students who haven't registered for poster and paper presentation can kindly register possible at the registration desk besides the hall. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable words of wisdom. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It was a memorable session, sir. And guys, who are registered for poster presentation, kindly hang your poster in the hall besides our conference hall. Anyone with poster presentation, kindly hang your posters in the hall besides our hall.
Technical skill is a mastery of complexity, while creativity is a mastery of simplicity. We are extremely excited to invite our department exuberant professor, Dr. S. Kamalakannan, Assistant Professor PG and Research Department of Zoology, Bishop Edward College, Trichy. To introduce our resource person, Dr. S. Dinagaran, Associate Professor and Head Department of Zoology, the Madurai College, Madurai.
Everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I take this occasion to thank the organizing secretary and the department of Zoology for giving this opportunity to introduce the session speaker, Dr. S. Dinakaran, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology. So to read about his technical as well as non-academical CV. So it runs for one page, but when I went through this, he has given it a very, very short CV, but it has so much of information. To begin with, he has completed his PhD. Not exactly, I couldn't find out the year, but it was in the early 90s. From there on, he started his career as a scientist, a young scientist from the Department of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So, students, one thing just highlight here is that DST Young Scientist Program, a person receiving, is entirely based on merit, and that too in 1990 shows the caliber of the personality, the research acumen of this personality in the early 90s. From there on, he started his academic career as a lecturer, as a doc lecturer, then as an associate professor, then heading the Department of Zoology as well as Department of Biotechnology. And right now he serves as the head of the Department of Zoology, and he acts as a research supervisor. And his field of expertise includes biodiversity, molecular entomology, and taxonomy of aquatic insects. He has close to 60 publications, right? 27 national publications and 35 international publications. Apart from this, he has described new 15 species and has documented one file, that is one monograph. He has received grants from various funding agencies, including DST, DBT, UJC, and few foundations. He also served as an expert consultant for various agencies like PHCC, ESI, Himalayan Aqua Farm, and also served as a board of studies for various institutes across Tamil Nadu, right? And he has also been acting as a national evaluator for projects such as National Child Service by Department of Science and Technology, and of course as a state academic coordinator. So these are the academic, contributions made by Dr. S. Dinagaran. To add more, right, he has published 11 books and 7 chapters, both in English, and 5 chapters in Tamil. And he has written so many. Actually, he is a freelance writer. He has written 100+ articles in various dailies as well as in weeklies, right? To name a few, for example, in Dinamalar or T Kadar or Tuler or Gokulam Kadar, it runs several freelancing writing skill about him. And he also served as a guest in radio program as well as a TV program, right? So with this short introduction about Dr. S. Dinagaran, so I invite him to present his research expertise or his experience put together. The session is open to Dr. S. Dinagaran.
Thank you, sir. We now invite our reputed resource person, Dr. S. Dinagaran, Associate Professor and Head Department of Zoology, the Madurai College, Madurai, to technically equip us on entrepreneurial entomology.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone assembled here. Thanks for the nice introduction, sir. Thanks for the opportunity given. The title itself, entrepreneurial entomology, and how it is connected with environmental sustainability. As a prelude, I just wanted to say a few words about entomology. See, you know that insects has 3 pairs of legs. Even ethical poochie is not a poochie actually. It's not a poochie, and an insect should have 3 pairs of legs. So that is the insect. You know that arthropods are dominating the world. Arthropods means organisms having segmented legs. Arthropods, arthropods. And among arthropods, there are 4 classes. Out of that, one class is very important. That is class Insecta. I won't take much of your time because you may be hungry and need for lunch. Okay, so my presentation would be brief. And I would like to share some information. See, insects are most vital group, and of course, the world is led by arthropods and leading by insects. Out of see, there are about 32 orders in class Insecta. Among 32 orders, coleopterans are dominating among the insects. Okay, so with this prelude, we can go for the session entrepreneur. How insects are one way or other making economic profit in terms of production, in terms of damage. So in both the cases, some insects are a serious pest, major pest, and causing a lot of crop loss, and crop yield would be very much affected by insects. At the same time, there are insects which help us a lot and which generates a lot of money. You know that mosquitoes are the biggest menace and transmitting mosquitoes are vectors. But the one good thing is that if we don't have mosquitoes in the world, we cannot eat chocolates. So for cocoa pollination, mosquitoes are very important. So you cannot think about chocolates without the absence of mosquitoes. So such an important one. See, we must see the insects in a positive way rather in negative way. And everyone in our house are afraid of insects, are annoyed by insects. So the term pest itself is anthropocentric, which means any organism which cause damage or simply cause annoyance or the belongings of humans qualifies the term pest. So the term itself is anthropocentric, not the organistic centric. So we are seeing the insects in a different way. So can we go to the slides? So that okay. Yeah, I'll be brief. See, 2 terms I just wanted to introduce. One is that entomopharm or insect agriculture. Another one is entomophagy, which means insect meat. So these are the two terms I just wanted to introduce in this session. Since my presentation is corrupted, I'll straight away go to the content. As I pointed earlier, hexapoda. One is, you may be aware of honeybees. As Albert Einstein said once, if we do not have honeybees in 4 years of span, the whole human beings will be no more. Because honeybees are the good pollinators. Not only that, they will provide a lot of products. See, there are several NGOs. Another pathetic situation is that zoologists are not actually involved in such an activity. amateur zoologists or amateur biologists are doing tremendous service on natural means of revenue generation or whatever the biodiversity and other things. You know that Tata group of companies slogan called lac to lax. I mean, so there is an insect called Keria laca or Lacifer laca, which produces lac. Chhattisgarh is producing a lot of lac, and from just producing lac, people are producing bangles, several kind of byproducts from the lac. You may be familiar. Then silkworm. Silkworm is being considered as a bioreactor. Have been carried out on silkworm. Apart from agriculture, sericulture, lac culture, there are other insects which would definitely help the humankind. I'll give you some sort of. One is cockroach. You know that the peculiar thing about cockroach is have you heard this news? Now, if it is accidentally encountered with humans, that will clean its body. So such a wonderful insect. And you know that even after nuclear bombardment, they may be able to survive. They may be able to survive. So such a tremendous capacity they have. But in China, people have started cockroach farming. So cockroach is being exported in several countries as a see in allopathy and other medicines. Cockroaches are not, dried cockroaches are not in use, but in Chinese medicine, they have been using cockroaches and to boost our immunity. So dry cockroaches in the form of medicine that will boost the immune system of us. Another thing is that regarding environmental sustainability, cockroaches are very good agents in disposing solid waste, especially organic waste. Because in China, you may be able to see several cockroach farms. So they may rear lakhs and lakhs of cockroaches in 10 by 10 room. So especially hotel waste or organic waste, food waste, you know that every marriage hall, any hall which provides food, peer marriages or peer functions, they have been wasting 80% of their food. In a hall consisting of 50 persons or around, they will be wasting the food around 25%. Okay, so this kind of food will be given to the cockroach, digested, degraded, decomposed, everything would be there, and the cockroaches would be then dried and sent to the pharmacological companies, and they have been earning money in terms of cockroaches. Another one is there, tenebroid beetle. So tenebroid beetle has been the larval forms of tenebroid beetles are very good food mealworms. In the presentation, I have just shown several diagrams. Have you heard about insect candy? Have you heard about insect candy? Insect candies are popular, and you know that FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, enlisted 50 different insects as insect food, insect meat. It has been approved by Food and Agriculture Organization and FDA of US, Food and Drug Administration of US. So a lot of insects have been, and another important data is that you might have heard about vegetarians, non-vegetarians, vegans, and other things. And around the world, there are about 10% of the people are consuming insect meat. Insect meat is rich in protein and rich in iron. You know that rice is the staple food of most of the Tamil people. And if the rice comes to your plate, it will take at least 2 years. Though the cultivation process may take 80 to 120 days, but we may use age-old paddy, so that when it comes to our plate, it will be around 2 years old. Okay, but what about insects? So within a span of silkworms again, mealworms. Mealworms is a coleoptera grub larvae, and the maximum sales, especially crispy, and the candies are crispy, and the are crispy, and they have been enjoying and consuming such, because it is a great protein source and iron source. Then crickets, grasshoppers. If you go to Thailand, Philippines, Taiwan, and other similar countries, people are very fond of consuming insect meat. So insect meat is there. Then another one is that you may have heard about Milaveris fasculata. It is a coleopteran beetle, popularly called as DMK. So that is a serious pest of all the flowers. All the flowers. So they are consuming flowers. So the maximum damage would be there. So as per the record, there are about 10 to 20% of food loss is due to the insect infestation. Okay, there are insects they may travel by air from South China to India, and the damage. Popularly, another insect is there, papaya mealybug. So it was introduced in India by 2009, but it is a serious pest to mango and other. So once the infestation is there, all the cultivation will be damaged by aphids. So in both the way, insects are damaging one side and insects are giving benefit to other side. So that is another thing. And as I pointed out in Milaveris fasculata case, there are some fluids when you just catch that insect. It's a lethargic insect. You can simply, because coleopterans won't fly swiftly, because they have to lift their elytra, then only it will flip the wing and goes. So catching a butterfly is difficult, but catching a beetle is jewel beetle. You can also be able to catch. So such in Milaveris fasculata, from the Milaveris fasculata, when you catch that beetle, there are golden yellow fluid will be joints of the legs. So that fluid is meant for a hair growth promoter. Cantharidin, Cantharidin is prepared from the Milaveris fasculata. So that part is coming under ethnozoology. There are a lot of insects lot of animals that have been used in ethnozoology. But due to Biodiversity Act 2010, we have limitations in using ethnozoological specimens. So in Sikkim, in Palakkad also, they have been using insects as their medicine. Almost 30% of the insects have been used as medicine in Sikkim and Kerala. Palakkad. There is a research in Palakkad-based work that they have listed a lot of insects. It is there in the PowerPoint. Unfortunately, it is corrupted. It is getting corrupted. I'm not able to show that. And not only that, I have to finish it by 10 minutes. So I wind up everything in a small presentation. At least you, before leaving this hall, you must know what is entomophagy, what is entomofarm, insect meat, and insect farm, and insect farm, THER, insect farm is there. So 3 terms I just introduced. There are ample scope, at least for your interest. As Sudhakar Munyasamy pointed out, if you have some sort of innovations, you may excel in your life. Thank you, all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech. So, visualize the presentation made by him. So, from his lecture, I can just go through the insects. So, what are the examples which he has highlighted? Is running in my mind. So, I feel you could also experience a similar, thoughts or screen in your mind, right? So, sir, I'd like to, thank. One thing in your presentation, sir. Look insect from a positive dimension. That's a very important. As pointed out by sir, today our agriculture, the one which we are practicing is not the original agriculture practice some 200 years back, right? It is exclusively organic. 200 years before the Britishers set soil into this country, we were practicing only organic agriculture, where we try to live with nature. But right now, on the setting of British people in our country, we started to prefer synthetic agriculture pattern. So synthetic agriculture pattern is nothing but using pesticides. So pesticides were used some 200 or 300 years back. They were exactly of natural origin. But right now, most of the pesticides comes out from industries. They are harming every niche of the environment, including the insects. So I have done small quantity of work about how about the pesticides are accumulating in the insects. So as pointed out by our sir, honeybees, excellent pollinators. Honey, they call it as very pure, but unfortunately, honey that we consume today is not 100% pure. They are dumped with the pesticides. That is the rate of pollution that is taking place in our environment. So sir has highlighted one more point, that is not zoologists are becoming an entrepreneur, right? Non-zoologists are becoming entrepreneurs, particularly in entomology. Whether you study zoology or entomology, becoming entrepreneur is a very big thing in life. You don't need to depend on anyone else. Just start a farm, insect farm. I have saw several videos in YouTube, just like the one which he spoke about, cockroach being reared, 10 into 10 square feet. So plenty of opportunities are there. You should think out of the box, how to make use of insect in a positive way. So thanks for your wonderful lectures. Unfortunately, we couldn't see your presentation. So if opportunity permits, next time definitely we will have your presentation. The session is open for discussion. Any questions or clarifications? Please welcome. Anyone? Students, it's for you.
I'll conclude very soon. So, okay. With all due respect, dearest sir. So, I was fortunate enough at my previous college, the Madras Christian College, to grow crop. They were also cockroaches, but very different from the all over the globe Periplanta americana, black with 7 spots. So we used to grow them. They used to come to us. But the Periplanta americana, they wouldn't want a human contact and would wash themselves. But the only problem is when they wash, they do not mind where they wash. They might wash in human urine or the excreta, or sometimes they bite very salty, sweaty shirts, and new shirts they'll just poke in. So why do not they differentiate between a human contact and a human product? The one doubt I had. Also, I was trying to do this. So we are trying to do research. Theverini is different from Periplanta americana back then. So also I know even if there is a World War ending, and even if the cockroach head is cut, it will survive for somebody. So if you can throw insight into it, I guess it would be helpful for everybody. Thank you so much, sir. Much obliged.
There are native cockroaches which are found in agricultural fields. Native, we cannot see natural cockroaches, endemic cockroaches, because since they dwells in the soil, so we cannot grow them in an artificial. So since Periplanta americana and Blattella germanica inhabit in our houses, so they are all invasive species. They might have from either America or from Germany. That is the household habitats. So that we prefer the Blattella germanica. It's a problem in rearing those. So in China, tons and tons of cockroaches escaped from the cockroach farm, and it is the biggest menace to the nearby agricultural fields, and they deserted one big greenhouse in China. So that is the problem. See, where we are going to rear the cockroaches, that is another problem. So we must have a area wherein it is farming. Otherwise, it will be a great. So 0.5% of surface area, land area. So when compared to other countries, we are having very bigger place to do such kind of animal agriculture or insect farm. So that is the problem. But slowly we are there are centers in India also. They started doing rearing the cockroaches. But we have to develop indigenous technology. Not Chinese technology, though it is coming into some tropical area, we are not 100% rely on Chinese technology. We have to develop our own technology. You know that entomology is a very rare subject and people are not ready to take up. Everybody is talking about cut-and-paste culture.
That's a very wide scope. Yeah. Employability is 100%.
Yeah, of course. So that is the thing. So that is why I pointed out that amateur biologists are doing wonderful, rather the zoologists and biologists. So that is the thing. We are in the infant stage. Yeah? Maybe in future, people may be interested in starting such kind of insect farms and insect farms. So that will decide. And the government should support us, DST or some other research.
Any startup.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in India, only 0.84% will be allotted for research. Now it has been stopped. But people are telling about PP, triple P means a public-private partnership. You have to get funds from the public-private venture and you have to do your own research. Government is have been allotted, no funds for research. So another pandemic situation India is heading towards. So these are to be reconsidered by the politicians and the stakeholders, especially other scientists must be concentrated and fight against getting more money from the government. So that is the thing I just wanted to share. Thank you.
Let's hope your voice being heard by the government. Yes, sir.
Most of our houses, after most of the people they sleep, one important robber is roaming in the kitchen, the cockroach. But even after it's beheaded, the insects act like a real life. Most of the people they are highly scared about it. What is the speciality of that insect even after it's beheaded?
See, every see, there are prawns. If you give a prawn, they will survive. If you see, many arthropods have such a capacity to run. Some way, somehow or other, they will be able to survive even without head. Not long time, the lifetime is very short. Maybe around 10 to 15 days they live. More than that, they cannot live. They cannot live. Even after. And why people are afraid? Because of the hairs found in the tibia and all over the body. Insects have bristle and hairy. That is why people are afraid of having that. So, Karpamuchi Murnale, for Padathala Solipana, Maunadagala, kind of aversion we have. That is the problem. Not only cockroaches, but any insects. If you touch it. But if you love insects, you can feel the softness. So the silkworms are very cute and soft, and you can relish if you just hold the worms in it. Like mealworm. Mealworm is somewhat crispy. You cannot compare the food with mealworm fry. So we must see lobster, prawn you are consuming. They are all aquatic, marine. Okay, whereas the same land arthropods, we have a very big aversion. Both of them belong to single phyla, but we are more affectionate with the lobsters and prawns. But the similar insects are hated by human beings. Such a kind of aversion should not be there. Then only we can go for insect meat. Otherwise, it is rather difficult. You know that for food itself, Ambur biryani politics. As a biologist, we must know any sort of food need that has essential nutrients. Please consume that. There is no veganism, there is no non-vegetarian, there is no vegetarian. You are consuming food itself. Don't show any politics on that. Food politics should not be there. Otherwise, we cannot eat the insects. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience? Anyone? Yeah, one. Just a minute.
you have said that it is more nutrition, values and all the things. But what if it is contaminated one? So it can be harmful to human beings, you know.
Yeah, that part is very important. That should be prepared hygienic. You know that shawarma கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க சீசன்ல டிசென்ட்ரி ஒண்ணும் இல்ல அதெல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டு செத்து போயிட்டாங்க. So that is the thing. That is an important thing. Aversion. Since they are consuming waste organic matter, people are afraid of taking that. So that is the one point. So if it is prepared in a hygienic way, contamination should be there. Bacterial contamination definitely would be there, but that the insect meat should not be having such kind of contamination. So preparation is methodology of preparation is very keen in those insects as a meat. That is important.
Leptospira interacans, the bacteria which causes leptospirosis in the tropical areas, and some
Musca is able to cause some sort of typhus, dysentery, something like that. So the interesting thing about Musca, housefly, என்ன பண்ணும்னா ஏதாச்சும் உணவு பொருள் உட்காந்துச்சுன்னா ஏற்கனவே சாப்பிட்டதை ரீகர்ஜிடேட் பண்ணு. That is a vomiting one. Regurgitate பண்ணு. Vomiting will willingly send the on the jalebi or fecal matter. Risk is always there, but we must have a mind to consume. So that is very important. Thank you. There, anyone?
Thank you, sir, on behalf of the future entrepreneurs.
We request our vibrant volunteers to take the student friends of various colleges to second floor UG block, Department of Zoology, for lunch.
2:30.
And post-lunch session will be
2:30. All of you have to assemble by 2:30. Okay, announce பண்ணிருங்க. 2:30. 2:30.
So, dear participants, right now we are going to break for lunch. So, as now announced by the MC desk, the food is being served at UG Department of Zoology. So you will be guided there. And mind you, the lunch break will be for 40 minutes. Exactly by 2:30, we have to assemble back here, and the session will start here. Yeah. Thank you. One more announcement, please. So there will be a parallel session for poster as well as for oral presentations, which will be taking place here, right? So assemble back by 2:30 exactly. Thank you.
Next இது வந்து முடிச்சிட்டு நான் டீப் ஸ்டே போறேன்.
All the participants, please assemble back here itself. We will take you to the respective halls for presentation for the parallel sessions. Yes. All of you, please come back here itself. And, our students will take you to the respective halls for presentation or posting. Department of Zoology, Heber College students will help you to reach UG Department of Zoology for your lunch. Bishop Heber College students, please help other college students to go to Zoology Department UG for your lunch. Please take other students to UG Department of Zoology.
Contamination in the sense whether the substrate or the insect itself. See, there is no such term. Physical transmission. Substrate itself. வேற யாராவது கொடுக்க சொல்லுங்க. பசங்க வச்சிருந்தாங்க சேர்த்து வாங்கி
பரவாயில்ல சார்.
இதுதானா அதுவா அது ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்க, சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்க.
Okay, sir. To that degree, assembly, sir. So let's. Okay, sir. Sir, really, sir?
Okay.
You are doing a wonderful job. It's good. நீங்க வாங்க வந்து சாப்பிடுங்க. No problem. Link ஒன்று ரெடி பண்ண சொல்லுங்க.
ஆல்ரெடி இருந்த லிங்கே அனுப்பிச்சு கொடுங்க சார், அதை வச்சு ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க.
இல்ல இல்ல அந்த லிங்க் இல்ல, கூகுள் லிங்க், அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் லிங்க். கவி, ஹலோ கவி, கவி இருக்கீங்களா?
இல்லை இங்கே கேட்கும்.
அது வந்து
இது ப்ராப்ளமா?
இல்லை சார், மாற்றணும். இல்லை இதெல்லாம் சார்
கட் பண்ண உடனே இதெல்லாம்
இந்த ஸ்பீக்கர் போடுங்க, ஸ்பீக்கர் போடுங்க சார்.
கவி, டாக்டர் கவியரசு, கவி, can you hear me? சவுண்ட் கவி, நீங்க பேசுறது கேட்கல கவி. கவி
us virtually. Sir, please.
புரட்டை விட்டவரெல்லாம் கோட்டை விட்டார், விழித்துக் கொண்டவரெல்லாம் விளைத்துக் கொண்டார். புரட்டை விடும் நேரம், விழித்துக் கொண்டவர்கள் எல்லாம் விழித்துக் கொள்வார்கள். காலையில் ஒரு இன்னிங்ஸ் முடிந்து விட்டது. Normally, very important batsman will come in the second innings. பரபரப்பான நேரத்துல அடுத்த இன்னிங்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு முக்கியமான ஆளை நம்ம வரவேற்க போறோம். டாக்டர் கண்ணன் நாராயணன். He was a very good alumnus of the Madurai Commonwealth University, especially in the department of molecular biology. And he was a student of Dr. J. Jayaraman. I was a student of Dr. R. Jayaraman in the same department, eukaryotic micromolecular biology and prokaryotic molecular biology. He was also the alumnus of the department of zoology, the American College. And he has a very long list of credentials. To his credit, it will take a long time to introduce about his contributions to the field of biology and also to the field of Tamil. In the recent past, he is very good in Tamil also, very good Tamil orator. In the last 2-3 meetings, he came to our American College, especially the Department of Zoology, organized 2-3 conferences where he contributed very good talk and presentations. And we were immensely benefited. So in the same way, let us clap our hands and we will welcome Dr. Kannan Narayanan. Presently, he is the Professor Emeritus, Christian Alberticus University, Kiel, Germany, and he belongs to Madurai. At present, I hope he is at Madurai in his residence. He came to India and he is with us. So he is adapted to the daytime or nighttime. The biological clock is fit for him now. He is with us in Madurai and he will present his talk on cultural environmentalism in search of solutions to climate crisis. So let us listen to his presentations, and at the end of this talk, we will have a very nice discussion. So I appreciate you if you could ask some questions. Okay, we'll welcome Dr. Kannan Narayanan to this session. Over to his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Do you hear me? Yeah? Do you hear me? Can I talk? I want some response from you. I can't see anything here.
Sound increase பண்ணீங்களா?
Hello.
ஒரு நிமிஷம். இல்ல இது ஆளாது.
சேம் சிஸ்டம்.
இப்ப பாருங்க. கேக்குது. பேசுங்க. பேசுங்க.
Sir, please say something, sir, so that we can check.
Hello. Yeah. Do you hear me? Do students hear me? I don't get any response from you. It's very silent. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, I do. But I don't see the audience, and Do students hear me?
You can start your session, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Can I talk?
Yes, sir. Proceed, sir.
வாழிய செந்தமிழ், வாழ்க நற்றமிழர், வாழிய பாரத மணி திருநாடு. நான் தமிழ்ல ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு காரணம் இருக்கு. இந்த டாக்கோட கடைசி பகுதியில தமிழ் ரெஃபரன்சஸ் வரப்போகுது. ரெண்டாவது, நீங்க இப்பதான் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு வந்திருக்கீங்க. உண்ட மயக்கம் தொண்டருக்கும் உண்டு. நீங்க தூங்குறதுக்கு ஆரம்பிக்கலாம், இல்ல தூங்கலாம்னு யோசிக்கலாம். Please don't do that. Okay, this is going to be a very interesting session, and you are going to get a lot of interesting information. Okay, so please don't sleep. This has started a 1 hour late. I'm a German citizen, and we always maintain time. There is a wording in German saying that order is everything. ஒழுக்கம் விழுப்பம் தரலாம், ஒழுக்கம் உயிரினும் ஓம்பப்படும். சொன்னது யாரு? நம்மாள் வள்ளுவர். Good. So I thank Kamalakannan for introducing me. We were together at Madurai Kamaraj University. I thank Dr. Balakrishnan, who has invited me to talk to you guys today. And I gladly accepted it because I am an alma mater of American College. And I also visited American College through Bodhi Internationals on a couple of talks on eco-criticism in English literature. Then I gave a talk at Madurai American College Zoology Department. And I thank the principals of both Bishop Heber and American College. And Dr. Priscilla Ramesh was talking to me yesterday, so thanks to DrKK. And one of the important things I gathered from that conversation was that we need to encourage the zoology students, whether it is UG or PG or MPhil or PhD. Because normally what happens is in a college atmosphere, when you have nowhere to go, you take either zoology or go to Tamil. These are the two subjects students normally end up with when there is no other hope. But the situation is not all that bad, actually. A zoologist can be a global citizen like me. A zoologist could be a good entrepreneur like Mr. Sudhakaran, who spoke this morning. And so don't leave hope. There is actually hope. I'm going to show you through my talk how these things can be achieved. And so I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation to you. Here it is. 1 second. Okay, so this is a bit slow. So pardon me if there is a delay. 1 second, I need to. Good. Okay, so my talk today is going to be cultural environmentalism. I'll define what is cultural environmentalism at the end of my talk. But the essential thing is why this is proposed is this will give us some solutions to the climate crisis.
எங்க பிரசன்டேஷன் ஆன்லைன் பிரசன்டேஷன்ஸ் எங்க ஆரம்பிக்குது நம்ம எம்எஸ் அதுக்கு என்ன லிங்க் போஸ்ட் பண்றீங்களா அது இன்னும் தெரியாது அது வந்து
Okay, right. So as Dr. Priscilla asked me to give you some background about me, I am trying to tell you that I had a very simple beginning. My grandpa he was a local chief, and my father was a district head. My mother never went to school. And in the third generation, so with my grandfather here, I became a global citizen. And my father never even visited Chennai
He has never gone out of his district. I presume my grandpa also never gone anywhere else. Whereas I visited all the 5 continents and the Oceania. And I consider myself as a global trotter, a global citizen. And one step further, my daughter, who is an airport hopper, that means she hops around. She has visited so many countries and which I have never had a chance to visit. She is working for United Nations. So within 3 generations, a tremendous development happened in India. This is the history of India too. So a tremendous development happened, and that is possible because of India paid through education, made education free for all of us, and give us a lot of fellowships and scholarships and to promote education there. That made India so progressive today. And that's the story of me too. And this is the house where actually me with my 5 sisters, my parents and my cousins and my uncles, we all lived in Tiruchirappalli. And this is where we played around. This is River Vaigai, and this bridge was under construction that time when I was a young fellow. And the River Vaigai in Tiruchirappalli is quite broad, and so we could walk across during summertime and go to the manga topu there and to steal manga there. And this is the only temple over there, and this is very, very Padal Petrastalam. So this is a very important Shiva Stalam. And I grew up until I finished my high school from a government secondary school. And I studied everything in Tamil till I finished my high school. It was all, my primary language was Tamil. All my communication was only through my mother tongue and nothing else. Actually, English was introduced then, and there was nobody, there were no takers. But nevertheless, they encouraged us to study English by giving us some laddu and some mixture and this and that, so that we'll be attracted to learn English. But then when I entered the well-known, the American College in Madurai, okay, I still remember I was standing here at this place, you know, with the half trouser, you know, getting an application for the entry. I was the only guy who was talking in Tamil. The rest of them were all from convent students talking in English. I had a great inferiority complex. But that's how the whole thing began in Madurai, especially in American College. But nevertheless, American College has really inspired me when Dr. Tangaraj spoke about the emblem of American College, purificatus non consumptus. That's a Latin word. That really impressed me. It says that be like a gold. When you burn the gold, okay, the impurities leave, but it's not burnt. Purificatus non consumptus. The fire doesn't consume the gold. Okay, so the excellent message for college students to get inspired. And I studied from there. From that time, we had pre-university, then my undergraduate, and then my postgraduate. And this is my postgraduate, you know, when I finished, and JCB Abraham was the head of the department at that time. And Dr. Dwarakanath, who was the one who introduced research into us. He just got his PhD from Madurai Kamaraj University. And you know, now I was telling Dr. Priestley that in zoology, nobody studied taxonomy and nobody studies anatomy, right? So you all gone into molecular biology straight away, okay? But that's the time actually, it was called cell biology. And we have been introduced to cell biology, and only 10 years before was actually Watson and Crick. I invented DNA. discovered DNA, and the whole world has changed after this. But American college is extremely important for me because that's where I picked up my sense of environmental studies. Only in 60s, actually, the issues on environmental things became very obvious, and ecology, the study of the environment, has become a branch of its own. And then after my American college, I entered into Madurai Kamaraj University. The important point here is that when I was in American college, I wanted to become a medical doctor, okay? But I was not given a seat in Madurai Medical College, and you have the quota system, you see. And so I joined Zoology, hoping that in the first year, Zoology, I will get a medical, first year, second year. Then I finished my undergraduate, but then I decided that I must have a doctor in front of my name. That was the driver, okay? So you need to have some dream, you know, to follow or something to drive you. So as Abdul Kalam says, கனவு என்பது தூங்குவதன் போது வருவதல்ல கனவு, உங்களை தூங்க விடாமல் பிரட்டி போடுவதுதான் கனவு. So there was a drive on me or in me, which drove me further to Madurai Kamaraj University to do my PhD. And there was a large group of people. You have people from Germany, and then who turned from USA, like Dr. J.J. Raman and Kuntala Jaraman, and then you have people from other countries, and you have excellent microbiologists, and then TJP was, he did his PhD at the place where I entered as an employee in the University of Kiel in Germany, and R.J. Raman was there. And so this was a very interesting team of people who just returned from USA, and so they actually seeded a lot of dreams to us, okay? And a lot of ideas, and in a very, very informal, you know, this was an oasis in Madurai, where, you know, it's cluttered with all these conservative ideas and things, but here we had an opportunity to be liberated and to be open and learn a lot of new things. I hope you hear me, right? Okay, so I need to check it with you now and then. Okay, good. So from there, I got my PhD in Madurai, where I was working mostly on pesticides. You know, there was a transition, you know, like Dr. Divagar was also telling this morning that you need to find a new field where you can expand yourselves, you know. Don't stuck with what you studied in your undergraduate. And I had an opportunity to get into environmental sciences. As I told you, I was working on pesticides and the dissipation of pesticides in tropical, tropical food and vegetables. And so that gave me an opportunity to go to Japan, where there was an excellent team. Here is Dr. Tanabe, and Dr. Ryo Tatsukawa is here, and Dr. Zen is here. So I had an opportunity to actually expand my horizon further into industrial contaminants like polychlorinated biphenyls, dioxins, dibenzofurans. And that really put me in the world highlight, because the chemicals I worked was very new, and some of my discoveries were very important. And then I was right on the global platform. And so that actually gave me a chance to move next. But there is something behind this, like you don't get success just like that, you know, you need to work for it. And Professor Dr. Tanabe, his slogan is don't sleep, work hard. We never slept in Japan. And we worked hard, and in a matter of 3 years, I published something like 27 papers, which was a record even now. And that actually gave me a job in Germany called a very famous institute here in Germany called DRKK. That was under University of Kiel, Christian Albrechts University of Kiel. And I worked there in 1989 to 2003, and then I became a naturalized citizen of Germany because I was a civil servant there as a professor. And so it was easy for me to get my citizenship in Germany. And then the work I did in Japan as well as in Germany drew me to Korea because people were watching me, and the well-known Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology has invited me to be the chief scientific advisor to the president. And I was there in several committees, and I was heading a special center for East Asian. This is AMETEC, okay, Asia Pacific Environmental Cooperation Center for Marine Education and Technical Education in Korea. And that actually brought me to University of Putra, Malaysia, in Malaysia, where I worked for some years as a professor at several universities there. And then ultimately, Corona brought me to India, and I'm here in India for the past two and a half years, okay? And now I actually entertain my friends by giving such talks. But the most important thing, or whatever you call it, as an achievement of a person who comes from such a very simple background, is your rating as a scientist, as an international scientist. How do people actually rate a scientist? You know, there is actually a way by which they can calculate the caliber of a scientist through your publications and how many people cite your publications. Okay, that's called citation index. Okay, it's a very complicated calculations, but then they calculate and give a H index. Okay, my current H index is 38. What is the significance of this number 38? If you look at it, the world, the top 25% of the global professors, they had a H index of 30 or greater. Okay, so my 38 means I am within the bracket of the top 25% professors in the world. And you look at this, the other fields like computer science, an average is only 21, and psychology 19, okay, nursing is 18, and then biomedicine is 25, and I have 38. Okay, so that puts me actually in a very interesting position. Like if you take into environment and ecology, you see the H index over the years from 1995 to 2005, and average is only 7.81. Okay, and Jörg Kirch, who actually proposed this H index, says after 20 years of research, okay, if you have an index of 20, that's good. Okay, if you have 40, that's outstanding. And you have 60, that is truly exceptional. So I'm going to reach 40 very soon, which is outstanding. And so I am being considered as highly cited scientist. Not only that, you have the histograms of Nobel Prize or Nobel laureates, you know, who had an average after 25 years, they have an average of 35 to 39. So that means coming from Tiruchirappalli, okay, I achieved through science that I am in par with any Nobel laureate in the world in my research. This is a very, very important information for you, so that you should never give hope. You can rise up to this level, to a Nobel laureate level, if you're very sincere and if you follow your dream. So good. And also, when I was at Madurai Kamaraj University and even at American College, I always wanted to go to America and settle there. But I had a different path. You know, life had a different path for me. So I went to Japan and Germany, Korea, and Malaysia. But nevertheless, I always visited America. I visited several of the states in America through scientific visits. And then as a scientist, as a globe-trotter, I have visited all the 5 continents and even the Oceania. And so I call myself as a global trotter, okay, or Ulaga Kurimaran. You can achieve this too. So if you are very sincere, if you have a dream, if you are passionate about what you study, okay, Sky is your limit, right? That's the first message. Okay. Then we enter into the second and third messages. An astronaut, okay, looking down on Earth from space, have long said the view is tremendous, beautiful, fantastic, okay? But it also reveals something. This little planet called the planet Earth is the only one world that the entire humanity, you, me, and all of us can call as home, okay? So our planet in our spaceship, it's a spaceship actually, our planet is our spaceship, said the NASA astronaut Sandra Magnus, who returned to Earth after spending about 4.5 months in space. She said it looks very fragile from here, and it is very easy to take it for granted when we were living on it, when it seems so big and so massive, but it is not. It is very small, believe it. She says Earth is very small and very fragile, okay? Life is very fragile, we see that, okay? And we take it for granted, everything is given. Planet Earth has given you free air, free water, a place to live, okay? So we take it for granted that everything is, given you free. No, there is a price for it. And why did she say that planet Earth is small? Look at this. Here is planet Earth, which is so big for us. But if you look into our planetary systems, you look at the sun is so big, and here we are. Earth is so tiny. And this entire solar system, if you go into the Milky Way galaxy, then it is a small, tiny ring there. And the whole Milky Way galaxy, which we have the solar system, looks in a very small spot in an interstellar neighbor. And the whole Milky Way galaxy is in Oort cloud, and it becomes again a small spot. And then if you go further and further in the universe, this whole galaxies and everything become a small spot. And that's what she said, that we are really very small. And look at even within our solar systems, here is our planet, and you see, compared to Sun, we are very tiny. Even compared to Jupiter and Saturn, we are very tiny. And Pluto is the farthest of the solar system. And from Pluto, if you want to see where planet Earth is, look at that. This is such a tiny speck, even within solar system. If you look at planet Earth from Pluto, it is totally insignificant. So no wonder when the astronaut said that we are small, fragile. Okay, why are we fragile? I'm going to show you. So the planet Earth is something like a spaceship. See, I actually take you from a voyage from the interstellar cloud. This is so very important because you will understand the significance of our life and our life on planet Earth only when you understand from outside planet Earth to see from an eagle's perspective, only when you see that. If you look at it, planet Earth is nothing but a spaceship. Okay, it's called as a spaceship. And unfortunately, the Earth is like a spaceship. That's fine. Okay, you can compare. But every spaceship has a manual, right? If something goes wrong, there's a manual to repair. But planet Earth has no manual. That's what Buckminster Fuller, a well-known American philosopher, scientist, poet, and an engineer, said. So this is what planet Earth looks like from a satellite. And then based on this one, he started constructing the so-called geodesic domes. And then he started writing books on the planetary living and an operating manual for spaceship Earth. Okay, so this is very important. So you need to consider this as a spaceship, the planet Earth. Okay. So Earth is also a closed system. We think that it's open indefinitely, we get resources coming down. No, it's not. The planet Earth is very much an enclosed system that I proved even through my research. Okay, so through my 40 years of research on chemical pollutants, especially the persistent organic pollutants, I've shown that what you spray at the backyard, okay, goes all the way down on this open ocean. Okay, so from Japan Now, I got samples all the way from the Pacific Oceans, and I showed that how the industrial chemicals produced on land can reach so far. So because planet Earth is an enclosed system, nothing goes away, okay, through different kinds of distillations, which we call the global distillation. So from one stratosphere to another, from one altitude to another, from one latitude to another, the pollutants keep moving around, okay? So you need to be extremely careful with pollutants, because what do you think throwing away from your home will come back to you in a different way, because we are living in an enclosed system. They say in Tamil, Tanvinai Thannai Chudum. So that's what exactly this means. And there is another very interesting theory called Gaia, proposed by one of my favorite scientists, James Lovelock. And he says the Earth is more than just a home. It's a living system. The whole planet Earth is a living system. And we are part of it. You know, you don't study this in zoology, right? You study about all the animals and all the different phyla and all the species, but you never really, nobody taught you that Earth is an organism. Earth is a living system. You don't call it as an organism, but it is a living system, and we are part of it, okay? Why do we say that Earth is a living system? There are three things, you know, that can define Earth is a living system. First, surface temperature. So you get sunlight all the time, you know, getting into the planet Earth, but still planet Earth regulates its temperature so that it is livable. And that is maintained, this thermostat is maintained by living organisms, okay? Then atmospheric composition. This is where actually James Lovelock's contribution is. The atmospheric composition of planet Earth is very unusual. If you study the atmospheric composition of other planets in anywhere in the universe, okay, they would follow the gas law, and they will follow the other laws of physics, and they will dissipate away. But in planet Earth, we have high oxygen, which is very unusual. In other planets, you don't see, even in Moon, you don't have enough oxygen. You can't live without this entire, you know, like the astronauts, the big mask, you know, like otherwise you can't survive there, okay? Whereas in planet Earth, okay, we have high oxygen, high nitrogen, and the whole gas composition is very different, okay? And the third point is the ocean salinity. There's land brings in all kinds of salt into the ocean, but still the ocean maintains a correct order of salinity, it never goes up or down, okay? These are all maintained by living organisms on planet Earth so that they can live further and forever, eternally, okay? This beautiful blue jewel called the planet Earth has been totally mishandled, okay? And one of the well-known scientists called Stephen Hawking, who is considered as very similar to Einstein in his caliber. And Stephen Hawking says, in a world that is in total chaos, politically, socially, and environmentally, how can the human race sustain another 100 years? Originally, when they interviewed, he said, we could probably survive for next 1,000 years. But then now, later, he kind of rewind his assessment, and he says, if human species can survive for next 100 years, that's a miracle, okay? And there are not only Stephen Hawking, there are about 15,000 scientists all around the world, okay, looking at the global situation, has signed and warned drastically that the end of the world is not so far behind, it's only about 100 years from now. And what are the major things which is causing to come to this conclusion? Population, you know, the population. And India, when Bharati was, he was writing Muppadu Kodi Janangal, he says, now we are 100 crores of people in India, population burst, okay? And the catastrophic climate change. It's no more a climate change, it's called a climate crisis, you know? And then we have enormous deforestation going on in the planet Earth. and there's mass species extinction, and then there are so many dead zones. I will explain that soon. And the fresh water is at stake. And then we are geoparadising our own future. Okay. And the dead zone is a zone, a hypotoxic or hypoxic zone with low oxygen, which is created by, as we say, eutrophication, and because of the nutrients coming out of the land, okay, and nothing lives in these dead zones, okay, and this dead zone is increasing by 70%, already, and 26% of all the places in the world have, in the world you have these dead zones, and in 25 years, the amount of fresh water available per person will be reduced to 26%. We have big search for fresh water. When I was young, we never had bottled water. Now you have bottled water, and now you are going to be fighting for your fresh water with Karnataka and other states, and there's going to be a water war very soon. And then, if you consider the deforestation, about 300 million acres of forest have been lost, and on the other hand, the human population has jumped by 35% high, okay? Whereas the biodiversity has dramatically reduced, okay? The number of animals have dropped by 29%. What does it show? Humanity is now being given a second notice that be aware of these changes and do something about this. If you don't do, your end is not far away. Actually, one of the predicament or one of the prediction is the world will end in next 12 years, ultimatum on climate change. If we don't actually control the carbon emissions coming out of, if we don't do anything, and if it remains status quo like this, we have only 12 years to live. So what are the top 10 issues of global concern? Climate change? No. Climate crisis. And then the energy. Of course, you know about the energy, and all the fossil fuels are not renewable. They have a limitation. We are going to exhaust that very soon. Okay. And water is a very precious commodity. Don't waste water. And the biodiversity is extremely important. As I told you, the global thermostat is maintained by biodiversity. The more you reduce the biodiversity by killing and making the species extinct, then your end is not far away. And the land use, you take others' land, for other animals, okay? And also our own lands, you take all the lakes and make it into plots, and how you misuse the land. And chemicals. So my research was purely on industrial chemicals, agrochemicals, and other toxic chemicals which are introduced into planet Earth. Okay, I studied something on air pollution too. And in Malaysia, I was concerned about waste management. Okay. And then oceans and fisheries. Yeah, certainly. When I was in Ocean Institute in Germany and in Korea, I was focusing on oceans and then deforestation. And India is not an exception to this catastrophic impact. Okay. And there is one estimation which says that in 2100, which is only about 78 years from now, our GDP will be reduced to 90% if the world reaches 3 degrees Celsius of warming. Okay. So another 2 degrees high up, then our GDP is out, and then we will be stopped. And there are certain predictions that Chennai and a whole lot of Tamil Nadu will be undersea because of sea rise, and we will be moving up north further. Okay. And many countries are already doing that. And so India is already feeling the cost of climate change, okay? And we lost something like $3 billion worth through floods and other things happened in India, okay? So if you look at it from a global trend, you see all the greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, water vapor, they're all on the increase. So this is some studies from 18th century, until the very recent, and you see everything is on the increase, okay? And the surface temperature is constantly increased, okay? And the ocean acidification has also increased, leading to all kinds of environmental problems, okay? And through a study of about 16,704 populations representing about 4,005 species on planet Earth, they realized within the last 50 years, nearly 60% of the biodiversity has been reduced. This is a drastic reach. And the rainforests have been reduced to 20%. I still remember a study in Korea by a US EPA scientist that he was seeing plastics on seagulls and other seabirds. But now 90% of all the world seabird has plastics in their guts, okay? And just in 20th century, okay, the freshwater fish has seen the highest extinction rate. So, and my research has also shown that all the pesticides and other things, what you throw out on your neighborhood will ultimately reach you back through what a process called biomagnification. So the biomagnification will ultimately give you all these toxins in a magnified way back to you, okay? So now the plastics, you throw plastics out, okay? In 2020, the estimation is that you will have more plastics on the sea than the fish. And these plastics are all degraded into fine particles, and the microplastics are already in human body, okay? These are all alien materials, plastic, petrochemical, okay? These are not natural material, okay? They're definitely going to cause cancer and a lot of other illness to you. And ultimately what you throw out comes back to you, okay? So you need to be very, very careful. And in the next some years, you will have 52% of the climate emissions will be from agriculture. And in the agriculture, 70% of it comes from livestock, okay? And if you look at the humans slaughter 10 times more cows, pigs, and chickens. So only 7.4 billion people consume 74 billion animals. Then imagine how much of greenhouse gases these animals will emit and how much catastrophe which we are going to reach, okay? So veganism or vegetarianism is highly recommended. Okay, is there any solution to this? Okay, the next 10, 15 minutes I will spend on the solutions and then I will end my talk. And yes, you can, there is adaptations and mitigations are talked about, but it's becoming more and more widespread. But current implementation efforts are insufficient to avoid increasingly negative social, environmental, and economic consequences. So you need to be very much aware. You have to make it as a political issue, okay? A political agenda. Otherwise, nothing will change. The good news is that there are simple ways to reduce your own carbon footprint, okay? And most of them will end up saving you money too. For example, electricity. Don't leave your room, with the lights on. When you leave, switch it off. Switch off your AC when you are not using it. Use public transportations. Reuse all the waste, if possible, recycle it very often, okay? Consume gas at minimal, okay? And increase fuel efficiency. During Corona, when they put the restrictions in Chennai alone, I think there was about 2.5 lakhs of motorbikes have been confiscated. All these guys were just roaming around. And the you just think of that. You take the fuel. Your car doesn't run by water, right? So your motorbikes doesn't run by water. And so you are wasting the fuel. Not only that, actually, the gas emissions coming out of your motorbikes. I don't know how many people of you are using motorbikes, and this message is not good for you. The emissions from the motorbikes, okay, This is volatile organic chemicals or VOC coming out of all your motorbike movement on India or on the streets of India has completely irreversibly reversed the monsoon arriving to India, irreversibly. Okay, it has done so much damage, but still we are roaming around without even realizing the catastrophic effect you are roaming around with your motorbike can cause. Okay, so what is very important is have this environmental awareness and educate, you get educated, educate other people as well. Okay, strict recycling enforcement, recycle everything. Okay, ecotourism, take people to nature and show them how precious nature is. Okay, involve your community in maintaining environmental health. Okay, bring in green politics in India. There is no political agenda. I've been watching all these elections. There is no party has talked about environmental issues in India, whereas the country where I live in Germany, we have a green party which is thrusting environmental issues to the forefront, and the government is listening and making correct environmental laws. So industrial participation is extremely important because the industries are actually making us consumers, okay? That is the consumer thrust. And so they need to be involved in a holistic development, and then a sustained commitment from the people like you and me and the government is very important for any change to happen. And rediscovering conventional wisdom. This is a very important point. This is where the cultural environmentalism, which I propose now, stand on. I will explain that soon. So before 1960s, when Rachel Carson introduced the Silent Spring, a whole lot of environmental movements started working. I was also inspired by Rachel Carson. But in 70s, Wordsworth, Henry Thoreau, William Bartram, the Cherokees and Apaches were talking about environment, and they were all called as pastoral poems or romanticism or transcendentalism and the frontier literature. But actually, our guys in Tamil Nadu, in Tamil, have spoken about this centuries before this. Before getting into that, one positive note by Bucky or the Buckminster Fuller is that I'm positive that what you do with yourself, just one little thing you do yourself, these are the things that count. To be a real trim tab, what's a trim tab? I will explain. To be a real trim tab, you have got to start with yourself. This is the important message. And soon you will feel that low pressure, and suddenly things begin to work in a beautiful way. There are plenty of examples of how these things do change here. Of course, they happen only when you are dealing with great integrity. You should feel committed, okay? You should do it passionately, okay? So, Jitu Krishnamurti, a thinker from India, a very influential thinker of 20th century, says, in oneself lies the whole world. And if you know how to look and learn, the door is there. And the key for a change is in your hand, okay? Nobody on earth can give you either the key or the door to open except yourself. So the responsibility is in you, okay? So what is a trim tab? A trim tab, sometimes called as the rudder, here is this big ship, and you have this trim tab. That is the one which actually gives directions to that ship. Ship is so huge, but the trim tab is very, very small. You can compare this in a cart too. And so Tiruvalluvar says, Uruvu Gandi Ellamai Vendum, Urul Perum Therku. This big tear, Achani Annar Udaithu. So this Achani is such a tiny thing, but without this Achani, the Urul Perum Ther cannot move. Okay, so your deeds, what you do personally, makes a big, big difference. Okay, so is Gaia, I talked about Gaia and explained to you Gaia. Has this thought been in Tamil diaspora? Yes, it is. Actually, if you look at it here in this poetry, this is a beautiful poetry by Nammalvar, which states that Karar Vare Kungai, the planet Earth, the big mountains are the breast of the mountain, the planet Earth, okay. The big sea is her beautiful blue dress, okay, and the sun is her beautiful eyes, okay, and these muddy rivers are her beautiful jewelry, and this wonderful rain is her beautiful kundal. Okay, you know what is a kundal, your beautiful kundal, and the Neerar Veli Nilamangai Kayyannam. So nobody has explained this way. Actually, Kadals, this whole world is surrounded by water, right? So Nammalvar says, in the Nilam என்ற மங்கைக்கு இதுதான் வேலி. இதுதான் இந்த தண்ணி தான் ஒரு வேலியா அமைந்திருக்கு அப்படின்னு அவர் சொல்றாரு. So beautiful actually. And even before that, you know, in Kimu 3, that is like before Christ, 300 centuries before Christ, there was a very, very beautiful poem by Kudappulaviyanar. என்ன சொல்றாங்க? நீரின்றி அமையாது யாக்கைக்கு எல்லாம் உண்டி கொடுத்தோர் உயிர் கொடுத்தோரே. உண்டி முதற்றே உணவின் பிண்டம் உணவு எனப்படுவது நிலத்தொடு நீரே. It's very, very beautiful equations. He says, if you look at the planet Earth, the Earth is the body. Okay, the life comes from water. So, நீரின்றி அமையாது யாக்கை. So, life cannot exist without water. Okay, so she says, நிலன் நெரு மருங்கில் நீர்நிலை பெருக. யார்கிட்ட சொல்றாங்க இவங்க? அடுவோர் செழிய. Okay, பாண்டியன் நெடுஞ்செழியனுக்கு சொல்றாங்க. Okay, so make more lakes, preserve and rainwater harvesting. Okay, that is the message when it was 300 years before Christ. And this is another very, very, very beautiful poem which I like from Natrinai. தமிழ்ல சொல்றேன், இது இன்னும் சுவையா இருக்கும். ஒரு காதலன் ஒரு காதலி. ஓகே, காதலியை பார்க்க காதலன் வரான். அந்த பொண்ணும் அவருடைய தோழியும் ஒரு மரத்துக்கு கீழே, அது புன்னை மரம், அதுக்கு கீழே நின்றுட்டு இருக்காங்க. இவளை பார்த்த உடனே காதலிக்கு ரொம்ப உற்சாகம், ஆசைதான். ஆனா இவன் கிட்டக்கு வந்தோன்னு ஓடி போயிடுறான். இவனுக்கு புரியல. இவன் தோழிகிட்ட கேட்கறான், எப்பவுமே ஆசையோடு இருப்பாளே, ஏன் நான் இன்னைக்கு வந்தோன்னு ஓடி போறா அப்படின்னு. அப்போ ஒரு தோழி சொல்றா, எல்லாம் சார் தான், இருந்தாலும் தங்கைக்கு முன்னாடி வச்சு பேசுறது நல்லா இருக்காதுன்னு போயிட்டான். யார் இங்க தங்கை? உன்னை தவிர வேற யார் இருக்கானா? இல்ல, இந்த புன்னை மரம் தான் அவளுடைய தங்கை. புன்னை மரம் தங்கையா? எப்படி அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா, இவங்க குழந்தையில விளையாடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற பொழுது அந்த புன்னை மரத்தோட அது பால் நட்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, அதை சின்னத கோலி உருண்டை மாதிரி விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்கிற போது அதுல விழுந்து அது மரமாகி, அப்போ அது மரமா வளர ஆரம்பிச்சது தெரிஞ்ச உடனே இவன் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கா, அதுக்கு நீர் ஊற்றி அதை வளர்த்து கொண்டு வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் அவன் அம்மா சொல்லிட்டா, இதாண்டி உன்னோட தங்கச்சி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. So அந்த செடி, அந்த மரம் அவளுக்கு தங்கையாகி விடுகின்றது. So what does it tell? This tells a very, very, very important modern concept called nexus approach. What is a nexus approach in environmental sciences? A nexus approach talks about interconnectivity and interdependency. Okay, so here she realizes the interconnectivity of herself with the nature around her. Okay, and she also realized the interdependency. Okay, she is connected with nature and she depends on nature, nature depends on her. Okay, this was told 3,000 years back. Okay, this is what I said, the cultural environmentalism. Your culture has all the environmental paradigms in it. Okay, all the values that can save you and the entire humanity. So read and know your roots very well. Okay, there is another beautiful poem by Pisarandaya. Pisarandaya says, for example, if you allow elephants to get into a field, and what it can do, நூறு செரு ஆயினும் தமித்தி புக்கு உனினே வாய் புகுவதெனும் கால் பெரிதும் கெடுக்கும். இருக்கிறத பூரா அழிச்சிடும். ஓகே, ஆனா அந்த நெல்லை விளைவித்து, ஓகே, அதை கொடுத்தா கால் நெல் அறுத்து கவளமாக்கி கொளினே மாநிறைவு இல்லதும் பன்னாட்கு ஆகும். ஸோ அந்த யானைக்கு பல நாட்களுக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய உணவை இந்த சென்னல் கழனி தரும். ஆனா அதையே நீ விட்டு சாப்பிடுன்னு சொன்னா அது எல்லாத்தையும் அழிச்சு போட்டுரும். So this is what sustainability is. So to sustain yourself, you should reduce your consumption and you should use in a very sustainable way all your resources. Okay, that was told by Pisrandayar as Sangam poet long time back. Okay, and then we'll come to Tiruvalluvar. But based on all these things, the United Nations has actually recommended what you call sustainable development goals. There were 17 sustainable development goals proposed by United Nations. Okay, you can search it in Google and see. I will talk about few of them here. And the number one goal is no poverty. Okay, donate whatever you have. Okay, 836 million people live in extreme poverty in the world. So share your food. Okay, what is Valdua says? Attar அழிவசி தீர்த்தல் அகுதொருவன் பெற்றான் பொருள் வைப்புழி. நீ தனியா உனக்கு வந்து நீ பேங்க்ல வைக்கிற டெபாசிட்ஸ் எல்லாம் உனக்கு முக்கியம் இல்லடா. நீ அங்க இருக்கிற ஒருத்தனுக்கு பசியை நீ போக்கிட்ட அப்படின்னா அதுதான் உன்னுடைய எதிர்காலத்துக்கு நீ வைக்கக்கூடிய பெரிய வாய்ப்பு அப்படிங்கிறாரு. எவ்வளவு ஒரு பியூட்டிஃபுல் மெசேஜ் பாருங்க. The second goal is zero hunger. Okay, avoid throwing away food because over 1/3 of the world's food is being wasted. I realize that in Malaysia, in fact, if you look at the organic or look at the solid waste, especially the organic food, 2/3 of actually what people eat are thrown away, or 2/3 of the solid waste is full of organic, which can be actually reused, recycled, and the energy can be actually extracted from it. Ana பசி ஒருத்தனுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடாது, தனி ஒருவனுக்கு உணவில்லையெனில் ஜெகத்தினை அழித்திடுவோம் அப்படின்னு பாரதி சொல்றாரு. அவருக்கு எங்கன்னு கிடைக்குது இந்த தாட்? இறந்தும் உயிர் வாழ்தல் வேண்டும் பறந்து கெடுக உலகு இயற்றினார். I think no poet in the world has this dareness to say this. என்ன சொல்றாரு? ஒருத்தன் பிச்சை எடுத்துதான் வாழணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு விதி அப்படின்னு நீ அந்த விதியை உருவாக்கி என்றால் இறைவா நீ செத்து ஒழிக. ஓகே, பறந்து கெடுக உலகு இயற்றினார். இறைவனுக்கே சாபம் கொடுக்கிறார் வள்ளுவர். ஏன் அப்படி சாபம் கொடுக்கிறாரு? It comes out of compassion. He says that there is a beggar on the street. Okay, so no poverty is the second goal. Okay, what is the third goal? It says good health and well-being. Okay, this is very, very important. வள்ளுவர் எப்படி பார்க்கிறார்? அத அறிவினான் ஆகுவதுண்டோ பிரிதின் நோய் தன் நோய் போல் போற்றாக்கடை. ஒருத்தருக்கு வியாதி வந்து கஷ்டப்படுறாரு அப்படின்னா அது எனக்கு வந்தது போல எவனால உணர முடிகின்றதோ அப்பொழுது அந்த நோய் போக்குவதற்கு அவன் உதவுவான். அப்போ வந்து இந்த பப்ளிக் ஹெல்த் will be much higher. Okay, what is the fourth goal? The fourth goal is quality education. So help your children in your community to read and write. Okay, we do that very well in India. So கேடில் விழிச்செல்வம் கல்வி ஒருவருக்கு மாடல்ல மற்றையா. So செல்வம் உனக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய பெரிய செல்வம்ங்கிறதே அது கல்விதான் அப்படிங்கிறாரு வள்ளுவர். So get educated, get well informed, make your decision well informed. Okay, the fifth goal, it says call out sexist language. Okay, so this is gender equality. Okay, so this is extremely important. What I see is in many debates, தமிழ் பட்டிமன்றங்கள்ல எல்லாம் பெண்களை வந்து ஒரு ஏதோ நகைச்சுவைன்னு சொல்றது வழியா இழிவுபடுத்துவது வழக்கமா இருக்குது. அதற்கு காரணம் தமிழ் என்ற மொழியே வந்து ஆண்மொழியாக இருக்கு. தமிழ்ல வந்து இன்னும் பெண் மொழி இல்லை. So we need to create actually a neutral, a gender equal language to ourselves. Okay, so அப்பதான் இந்த gender bias இல்லாம வந்து இந்த gender equality அப்படின்னு வரும். ஆணும் பெண்ணும் சரிநக சமம் கற்பென்று சொல்ல வைத்தால் அதை இருபாலருக்கும் பொதுவில் வைப்போம் தான் பாரதி. So ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் கற்பு இருக்கு, ரெண்டு பேரும் they are equal. Okay, treat them as your equal partner and respect them and give them power, which is very important. Empower the women. Okay, then the world will change. So அது என்ன சொல்றாரு? பேரண்ட்ஸுக்கு வந்து தான் குழந்தைகள் நல்லா படிச்சு வரணுங்கிறது தான் ஆசை. தம்மின் தம்மக்கள் அறிவுடைமை மாநிலத்து மண்ணுயிர்க்கெல்லாம் எழுது. நான் சொன்னேன் பாருங்க, இப்ப நான் இருந்தேன், எங்க தாத்தா இருந்தாரு, எங்க அம்மா எங்களை ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு படிக்க வச்சாங்க, நீங்க எல்லாம் படிச்சு மேல வரணும் அப்படின்ட்டு. நான் ஒருத்தன் படிச்சு வந்த உடனே பாருங்க, என் பொண்ணு வந்து she has gone somewhere. Okay, she is a airport hopper. அந்த மாதிரி தான் பெற்றோர்கள் ஆசைப்படுவோம், நம்ம குழந்தைகள் நல்லா படிச்சு வரணும் அப்படிங்கிறது. அப்போ we give gender equality. And the last one is about water. Okay, you think water is there everywhere, and so you mistreat. Actually, water is a very, very precious commodity. So avoid wasting water. Okay, water scarcity affects more than 40% of the world population. So 40% of world population ஒரு குடம் தண்ணி கூட கிடைக்கிறது இல்லை. அப்படி இருக்கு இந்த உலகத்துல நம்ம வந்து எவ்வளவு தண்ணியை வேஸ்ட் பண்றோம் இந்தியால. வள்ளுவர் என்ன சொல்றாரு? நீரின்றி அமையாது உலகனின் யார் யாருக்கும் வான் இன்று அமையாது ஒழுக்கு. இங்க ஒழுக்கு அப்படிங்கிறது the whole social order. He says if there is no water, the social order will collapse. There are some predictions actually in southern America. There were already a water war. Okay, we almost had it with Karnataka. Okay, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka went on a war just for water. So don't waste water and keep it safe. Okay, and then about affordable clean energy, where Vallabha says something about it. And so ultimately, there are a couple of slides to finish. So Barry Commoner, her first law of ecology is everything is connected. You and me, you and the plants, you and the animals, you and the mountains, okay? You and the moon, you and sun, and you and the universe. Everything is connected to everything else, okay? This is the first law of ecology, okay? And then Barry Lopez, the more superficial a society's knowledge of the real dimensions of the land it occupies, the more vulnerable the land is to exploitation, to manipulation for short-term gain. This is what is exactly happening now, okay? See, the planet Earth has been so much exploited because we treat it superficially. We don't understand the worth of planet Earth, okay? And so we overexploit. You know, like the current condition is we already exploited all the resources in planet Earth. We need 1.5 extra planet to survive. Not only that, why this message is important for you and your next generation is we have already stolen your future. Your future has been stolen by the previous generation. And when all your resources are taken or polluted, what future you have? Sometimes I wonder, like in Chengalpet and everywhere, there is this fertility center to increase the population. Why do you increase the population? When you can't give them a future, the future is in your hand. If you exploit planet Earth and exhaust it completely, what is there for your children and grandchildren to enjoy here? Already I see that what I saw, you don't see. What you see, your children will not see. Don't you agree? And that's why the ancient Tamils had a nexus approach towards the place where they lived. So they had Mullai, Kurunji, Marudam, Neidal, and Polai. I can go into this in an elaborate way, but we don't have time. But it only tells our ancestors had this nexus approach in a very elegant way. Okay. So what is cultural environmentalism? Human acts occur within a network of relationships. This is very important. You need to understand our whole existence is in relationships. So human acts occur within a network of relationships, processes, and systems that are as ecological as they are cultural. I said that, see, nothing like this. Aindinai was ecological entities. Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, ecotypes. Okay, but they were also cultural entities. Okay, so this is what exactly cultural environmentalism is. So read your literature, read Tiruchirappalli, read your Sangam literature. Okay, find your roots. Literature plays a part in an immensely complex global system in which energy, matter, and idea interact. Okay, this is what eco-criticism is about. Okay. And so what we need is a human change, not a climate change. So are you ready for it? Okay. So what I stand for is what I stand on. Okay. And here I have given my WhatsApp number. If you want to send me a message, please note it down. And I thank the organizers and I thank Bishop Heber and the American College to giving me an opportunity to address in front of you. And I think I've taken more than 40 minutes. I'm sorry about that. But if you have any questions, I would be very willing to answer them. And I stop my sharing now. Thank you very much.
For engaging us with the wisdom of yours. Hall is open for questions. You may clear your doubts now.
Student friends of various colleges. Any doubts?
Feel free, feel free. We learn through exchanging information. So only the answer is within the question. So ask intelligent questions. First of all, ask questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful, inspirational information. Almost all of our students are there, very alert in understanding your concepts. Now, none of them are sleeping.
Thank you. Yes, that's a good news.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Almost the nuclear holocaust or the asteroid disasters, and almost all countries, they have a very good cooperation or coordination with everyone at the premier level. But at the same time, every country, they prepare and manufacture nuclear bombs also. And what will be your suggestion in understanding or living together in 2025 or 2030 for the youngsters like the BSc graduates, because a lot of competition is there, and the basic graduation or the certificate programs can help them at a smaller level. But at maximum, more than 97% of the skills and the other things to be gained from all other areas of life. The normal lifespan is also 40, 47, 50. Even at the age, most of them are there struggling hard. And man thinks that he has conquered the whole space, just he entered in the sprint of the moon. But is it true for the whole younger generation to reach the next level? In what way they can understand the education scenario and the government new plans to live a smooth life?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's several questions in one shot. But first, talking about nuclear catastrophe. So I was in Hiroshima when I did my postdoc in Japan. And that is actually catastrophe. You know, like if you watch that, you will really shed tears, you know, because nuclear catastrophe is really unimaginable. You know, if a nuclear war comes, that's the end of the world. Okay. But even without that, you know, that you must have understood from my talk, we don't need actually a nuclear weapon to kill us. We kill ourselves by, it's a very slow killing. This is a kind of a suicidal path we are already in, okay, by degrading our environment. You know, my good friend, Dr. Prasad Kodavandi in ESCPA, I was there in Nallur in a similar conference by the Nallur University, he mentioned that 80% of the current human illness comes because of environmental causes. Okay, so even corona is definitely related to environment. You know, like, so if there's a habitat loss and you start eating wild animals, and wild animals get into human fields and things like this. You know, like so. These are all very, very artificial, and we get infected, and this is all environmental in nature. Okay, Corona is one simple example. Okay, there are more Coronas going to come because once, for example, one of the other prediction is that if all the tundra now it is under ice, once it starts melting, all the gases and all the new virus and bacteria will come out of it. And we don't know what will be the catastrophic effect of. So environmental damage is far more important than what do we think, like it is. We just take it for granted. This is the thing, like after listening to this, you will just go out and go to the tea kadela போய் உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு டீ சாப்பிட்டு நல்லா இருந்தது அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க போயிடுவீங்க வீட்டுக்கு. But that's not the end actually. So you should really understand that எப்படி ஒரு பிரிம்ல உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க, எப்ப கீழே விழுவீங்கிற ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன்ல இருக்கீங்க. You are really, as Jitu Krishnamurthy says, you are in a house which is under fire, but we don't realize the emergency of it. That's the thing, because the life looks normal, but it is not normal. See, in Changalpatla 2 days back, there was a tornado. You won't believe. There was a tornado, and the railway station is about 500-600 meters away. A rod from that thing was brought right into my roof and break my roof. Okay, a heavy rod has been lifted and spin around and put it like a javelin throw madri enga roof la adichirukku. We got fans and other things from anywhere else. How does it happen? So catastrophe is happening right here. I see the climate crisis right at my backyard. Okay, so this is extremely important. This message is very important for the college students now, so that the theme of this one is innovation and sustainability. So sustainability is extremely important because don't be a consumer. When you have a shirt, be happy with what you have. Okay, don't go for 10 more shirts, okay, 10 more skirts or more things, okay, because the current economic system is that they tempt you always. There's a choice. They tempt you to buy more things. Don't get into the temptation. So be aware of whatever you do, okay, share your resources, okay, go recycling. Upcycling is another important thing, okay. How much recycle, go on circular economic paths, that the waste of an industry could be a resource of another industry. Okay, think on those levels. Okay, in the environment we say, think globally. I started like that, from universe. Act locally. So I ended up with that you are responsible. So you need to act. You have to act locally. Okay, then only a change will come. Not just talks and just celebrations. No, we need to act. Okay, I'm not sure whether I have answered you, but this is the message for the students, and this is the current situation.
Any more question makes?
வணக்கம் சார், சிம்பிளான क्वेश्चन சார்.
சொல்லுங்க.
We have been talking about since 1992 எஸ்எம்இட்ல இருந்து பேசிட்டே இருக்கோம் சார். நீங்க சொன்னீங்க, உங்க லெக்சர்லயே சொன்னீங்க, கிரீன் பாலிசிஸ்ல இந்தியால எதுவுமே கிடையாது அப்படின்றது. பாலிடிக்ஸ் பத்தி பேசுறதே இல்லை, கிரீன் பாலிடிக்ஸ் பத்தி பேசுறதே இல்லை. அவர் என்ன சொல்லியிருந்தாருன்னா, இது வரைக்கும் நம்ம சொன்ன எங்க, அதாவது கியோட்டோ புரோட்டோகாலா இருந்தாலும் சரி, பாரிஸ் கன்வென்ஷனாலும் சரி, எல்லாத்துலயும் செஞ்சது இது வரைக்கும் நம்ம நிறைவேற்றவே இல்லைன்றாங்க. இன்னொன்னு கிரீனிங் இன்க்ரீசிங் தி கிரீனர் கூட இல்ல, அதுவும் கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ண நாடு 2 நாடு தான் சொல்றாங்க, சைனாவும் இந்தியாவும் தான். வாட் அபவுட் தி அதர் கண்ட்ரீஸ்? 194 நாடுகள். We have been talking about climate crisis and no solution is still there. What is your opinion, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. By the way, I enjoyed your talk. That was very interesting. But now we are entering into politics. I could also give a talk on that. Actually, there is an international. See, the Bangladeshi would say that I'm not responsible for the carbon emission of the world. I'm in no way connected with all this huge climate crisis. Okay, but I'm going to be inundated in next 10 years. Already several million people will be actually evacuating Bangladesh, because the Bangladesh and Netherlands, they are all either at the sea level or below sea level. Okay, even India and China. Okay, but actually I didn't show the map. There's a nice map showing that the green efforts in India is extremely good. Okay, so compared to other countries, India is still green. Okay, we are doing really very well, and thanks to Dr. Abdul Kalam and Vivek, these initiatives are extremely important. The unfortunate thing, as you pointed out, actually, like I didn't put it in Stephen Hawking's statement. He says, when he said 1,000 years for human existence, now he says 100 years. It's because of your stupid leaders like this American president, and these kind of guys, not the present one, the one before, I forgot his name, and Ronald Trump, yes, Trump, and there's people like that who never believes in climate change or who never believes in science. Like 15,000 scientists have signed that this is true. He just ignores them. Okay, and when we have leaders like this, definitely we are heading for catastrophe. And you also mentioned that America has not signed many of these treaties, global treaties. Even with the Stockholm Conventions, where I was involved with chemical pollution, America was dragging behind, whereas India has signed, Malaysia was not, and several other countries have signed. Okay, and India has signed most of these treaties, as I told you, because India was always sustainable in its thinking. All our rishis and siddhas and all our great poets, they knew this extremely well. They know this interconnectivity. They know nexus. They know that we are all interconnected, interdependent, and all the entire religion of India, whatever you name it, they all talk about this one. I mean, to me as a scientist, if I look at it, the India, they have taken this too religiously, and it has become a religion. Actually, the message is very simple, that I am connected to you, and that has become bhakti. Okay, I am connected to God and whatever. And so this interconnectivity is, if you read Alvar Pasurangal, that the entire Sri Vaishnavism is talking about relationship. Okay, that's what Nexus approach is also. And so the international politics is something that's not good. Okay, but at least when I was in Germany a few months back, there was a big demonstrations against Corona, because many Germans believe that Corona is a conspiracy. Okay, it's WHO and everything is involved. Okay, and India, to me personally, if you ask me, India could have handled this very easily. We have seen all kinds of endemics, epidemics before, but because of an international pressure, we have really strained our people so much. But we never believe in, we trust in allopathy, we trust in the Western systems, and we believe in the Western consumerism, we believe in the linear economy. Originally, Indians were all in circular economy. So the Western model failed, totally failed. Okay, everybody knows, including the Westerners know that. Okay, but they don't have any alternative. That's why I'm proposing that cultural environmentalism. I wrote a chapter in a German book on Nexus approach. So that the values are here in Tamil. The beautiful values are here. We need to dig more and get these ideas and tell the world that it's possible to revert, change the world. Okay. In fact, like there was said by J. Krishnamurti, they asked him, like, you were teaching for the past 92 years or so, can you reduce the whole thing into a short one-word bodhana? Okay. And he says, if you are, the other is not. Simple. The other could be environment, God, or friendship, or compassion, love, whatever. If you are concerned only about yourself, the other is not. Okay. The world is so selfish, and this is actually mutaltanamana selfish, like so பல்லுயிர்க்கும் கொடுத்து ஓம்புக அப்படின்னு தான் வள்ளுவர் சொல்றார். ஓகே, பகுத்துண்டு பல்லுயிர் ஓம்புதல் ஆன்றோர் வகுத்தவற்றுள் எல்லாம் தலைங்கிறார். இது வரைக்கும் என்னென்ன பண்ணி ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி கண்டுபிடிச்சு வச்சிருக்காங்களோ அதுலயே பெஸ்ட் என்ன அப்படின்னா பகுத்துண்டு பள்ளியுறவுங்கிறது. So that we share our resources with everyone. But that's what we don't do that because we are so selfish. Okay. So, but we need to think about ourselves, our actions, and then of course we need to question the big brothers right in USA. Vantana Siva is a very big voice from India against these big conglomerates, and I really appreciate her initiatives. There are a lot of actually environmental warriors in India. We need to cheer them up, and we should become also an environmental warrior, and we should fight against these forces. They are the dark forces we need to fight. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a doubt, sir.
Yes, sir.
What's your stand on aliens, sir? How do you perceive aliens? You have undefined flying objects.
Oh, I don't hear you properly. What?
What's your idea on aliens?
Oh, aliens. Very interesting. My German friend is a great believer of aliens. Okay. He said by April, the whole thing will be okay. The corona drama is over. I says, who said you? The aliens said that. Okay, so there are, the alien intelligence who are watching us, and there are theories that way, that they are advising us. And even these environmental movements and all those things, they say that these are all by aliens. Well, sir, there is, see, as a scientist, I don't have solid evidence, science is based on data, okay? We don't have enough data to prove that there are aliens. And also as an environmental scientist, I'm a bit against that because I want to emphasize to the people that we have only one home in the universe, okay? And our only home, only hope is this planet Earth, save planet Earth. That's my message. If I believe in aliens, then I say there is an escape. But actually, there is a funny anecdote to give you. I was in a similar conference in India, and one of the Bharat Ratna scientists, from ISRO was talking. I was quoting Stephen Hawking. Says, sir, the people say there are only 100 years for us to live further. What do you think? Ha! Don't worry about Stephen Hawking. He just lived and died. We will move over to another planet. Okay. So this is another big hope that you will move the entire planet, the people of the entire planet Earth into another planet. First of all, they don't have oxygen to live. So how you are going to live in Mars or live in Moon to that extent. Okay, so environment is extremely important. Understanding environment is very important. So with the aliens, I'm very ambiguous. Okay, this is very trendy to say that yes, there are aliens, this and that. But scientifically, as a scientist, I can't. I endorse that. Sorry about that. Anything else?
This is my last question.
Yes, sir.
So my question is that a country like India, it is a democratic country, and we have many issues, psychological issues in maintaining sustainable development, because people will not obey the laws and any conditions made by the government. What will be your thought of process to advise people to obey the psychological conditions to maintain the sustainable development of a country?
Yes, it's a very, very good question. Excellent question. I believe in democracy. I'm totally a Democrat. Okay, and India is doing extremely well. So, but on the other day, I was listening to the energy minister, central minister. You won't believe things happen in India. When it happens so drastically, very fast. Okay, I still remember it was in the early 2000. I was coming from Germany. I was in an internet, I was also involved in Tamil internet. So I was in one of those Tamil internet meetings. And that was in early, in the end of 1990s. And we were in the room, and then they took some photos, and then suddenly it appeared right on the screen through internet. So already we were in 21st century. I realized that. At the same time, when I walk out, I saw the buffaloes and the bulls shitting around on the street. And then that was 18th century or 17th century. Okay. So time is a magic in India. We just traverse like this, like at one time we are Stone Age guys. Now with religion, we are extremely Stone Age guys. And then in science, we are in 21st century with artificial intelligence and other things. Okay, coming to your point, what we need to do is in a democratic system, this is happening in Germany. So I'm not just imagining. In Germany, Greenpeace started, okay? They make people well informed. This is extremely important. 98% literacy or more in Germany. People are extremely informed. Okay, so you make informed decisions. Okay, then you give pressure to a local representative, public representative. It could be panchayat, or it could be in local legislative assembly, or to the parliament. So you need to make these issues important. If this is important to me now, you have to say this. See, one thing I learned, I used to say this in Malaysia, where it is an Islamic regime, and they don't allow people to talk, okay? And it is also a democracy, actually. So I often tell them that if you don't talk, change will never happen. The Tamils living there are secondary citizens, okay? They always complain, oh, we don't, given all the freedom and all those things, we are being treated as secondary citizens. Yes, but look into a constitution. You have constitutional rights. Voice about it. If you don't voice about it, then nobody is going to say. This is one thing in democracy. Nobody is going to give you, in democracy. As I told you, people are selfish, and the government will try to keep their power. They try to keep their resources tight, but they are stupid in some sense. Like there's all the corruptions in most of the developing nations is totally stupid to me, because what will you do with all the money through the corruption you get if you get a flood tomorrow, okay? If you get a heavy rain tomorrow, okay? If you get a tornado tomorrow. So you damage your environment, and then you can't eat the money and survive when a situation like that comes. Okay, this happened in Corona time in England. A very rich guy, he got into his treasure chest, and got locked in there. And nobody noticed it, that he went in and he got lost. And so he starved and died. And that time he wrote a note saying that I'm one of the richest guy in the world. I have all the gold. I have all the money around me, but I can't eat them. I'm dying. So that is exactly the message we need to think about. Our planet Earth is the resource. Our planet Earth is so precious. It is giving everything free. Air is free, water is free. Originally, the land was free, okay? But we make everything through our stupid economy. Everything, we fix a price for it, and then damage the whole thing. But what is the price of an ecosystem? Tell me. I was involved when there was a big oil spill in Korea, okay? I was talking with Canadian and United Nations and the American group, okay? The question was, if there is an oil spill in a coastline, okay, how will you actually estimate, or what is the price of an ecosystem? Think of that. We still don't have an answer. How will you estimate the loss of an ecosystem? How will you value an ecosystem? Okay, so we need to make these things, to make the politicians to understand that we all live in a very, very fragile world. Okay, we are all interconnected. All of life is interconnected. And so be cautious, okay, corruption, you can't just change it in overnight. I do understand, but don't be too greedy. Okay, so don't go to the threshold. Okay, so that's what's happening in the Western world. In the Western world, corruption is there everywhere. Okay, but still, the common man gets what he wants. What I like in Germany is if I buy a property in Germany, okay, in addition, I get 30% off the land where I live. I have parks there for me. I have walking lanes for me. I have trails for me to walk around. So 30% added value comes to me. But you buy a plot here, what value you get? You can't even walk out. Somebody will kick you out. That's what is happening in my street here. Already I got a kick. I don't know where the motorbikes. Nobody cares that the system here is so selfish. And we need to actually be more responsible and make our government, your government, more responsible. That's the only way we can bring the change. I believe in democracy. Empower people, empower women, empower children. That's very important. Thank you.
Over to MC Disc.
With this, we wind up the session. Now, it's time for a small refreshment. I request all the invitees to move to the nearby hall for the break. And please kindly assemble after 15 minutes.
I don't hear her properly. So should I have to respond?
Sir, session is over, sir.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you for the memorable session, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The warmest way of comforting our beloved guests. To make our presence clean with a gesture, I welcome our benevolent head, PG and Research Department of Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to deliver the welcome address for validation. Please.
Respected Vice Principal, Honorable Chief Guest, beloved members of the staff of our department, esteemed professors from American College, my dear students and valuable participants. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you for this valedictory function of this grand international conference. International Conference on Bodhi International Conference on Innovations in Biological Sciences and Environmental Sustainability. At this juncture, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome our Vice Principal, Professor A. Alagappa Moses, Vice Principal of Aided Section. He is our illustrious alumnus of our department. So I am very proud to say that Alagappa Moses sir is alumnus and he is an able administrator. He was a meritorious student and he has contributed a lot for he has a great he has made a mark in the field of environmental sciences. As this international conference is based on the topic environmental sustainability, he is the right person to deliver valedictory address. So welcome you, sir. Eminent professor, head of the department of PG Research Department of Zoology, Dr. Joseph Thaddeus. He has contributed a lot for this international conference, as we have jointly organized this conference with Bodhi, American College, and Bishop Heber College of PG Research Department of Zoology. We used to contact over phone. So he's a very humble person and he's a scholarly person too. So I immensely welcome him, sir. Welcome you, sir. My sincere welcome to both the professors of PG Research Department of Zoology, American College, Dr. R. Raghuram and Dr. T. Madurai. They had shared the technical sections and it was very useful for the students and they have also contributed for this. Welcome you, sirs. I would like to welcome the erudite scholar and the resource person of today's international conference, Dr. Dinakaran, Head Department of Zoology, Madurai College, and he has given a top, that is, he has given a entomology. So our students also very much they are interested in that, and we had a good interactive session with him. I welcome you, sir. In the presence of our principal, Dr. Diabaran sir, and as well as through online, we have connected Dr. Christopher sir, Government Christopher sir from Principal American College, Zoology of Bishop College, and the American College. We have signed MOU for the benefit of the students. So it is really a great thing for us. That is, we have a good collaboration, so that this will create a good relationship between the two departments, and as well as from and between the two prestigious institutions. I would like to welcome at this juncture Dr. Balakrishnan. So he's in charge he's the editor for the Bodhi journal, and he's amidst us. And he's a convener for this international conference, and he has arranged this conference. When I contacted him regarding that we can collaborate and do this conference, already in English department they have conducted conference successfully. So I also impressed by that. So I contacted him. So whenever I call him, he immediately respond. He will respond to that, and he conveyed everything, and he made all the arrangements. So I would like to welcome him. Welcome, sir. Then today's international conference keynote address delivered by Dr. Sudhakar Muniyasamy, Senior Scientist, CSIR Chemicals Cluster, South Africa. He has delivered a lecture on sustainable bio-based biodegradable plastics for applications. And another eminent person from Germany, Dr. Kannan Narayanan. He's a professor in the Christian Albrecht's University, Kiel, Germany. He has delivered a lecture on cultural environmentalism in search of solution to climate crisis. I would like to my hearty welcome to all the participants from the American College. Nearly 60 participants have participated in this conference. 60 from the American College participated, and many participants are from different colleges like Lady Doe College, AVBM, Pushpam College, Kongunadu Arts and Science College, Sarada Krishna Homeopathic Medical College, Nirmala College for Women, Fatima College, ST Hindu College, Bon Circus College for Women, Madurai Kamaraj University Department of Biotechnology and Botany from Bishop College. And I also this conference also it melts with the poster presentations and paper presentations, and many of them have presented papers and posted, and we have valued it. And I thank all the participants for the actively participated in this oral and poster presentations. So as 4 parallel sections we have conducted the poster and the paper presentations, and I also congratulate all the prize winners. I profusely welcome and thank the organizing Joint Secretary, Mr. Tiruchirappalli, Assistant Professor of Bishop College, and the organizing committee members, Dr. J. Junu, Mr. Y. Babu, Dr. J. Nesarajan, Dr. S. Kamalakannan, Dr. Benjamin Tamilchelvan, Dr. Susan, Ms. Hadley, Dr. Bhuneshwari, Dr. Farida, Dr. Sudha, and Dr. Madhula for the meticulous planning and for the great efforts put in for the success of this conference. Once again, I welcome you all for this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome.
The root of all goodness lies in the soil of appreciation. To cherish this lively presence and to deepen the root of relationship, let's try to honor our dignitaries and delegates with mementos.
With this, I invite our respected Dr. J. S. Rajan, Assistant Professor, Bishop Heber College, to honor our reputed Professor A. Alagappa Moses, aided and head of Department of Environmental Sciences, Bishop Heber College, with a shawl. I also invite Dr. G. Susan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, to honor Professor A. Alagappa. Thank you, ma'am and sir.
Beginning, the greater is the art of summarizing. Now we heartily welcome our eternal earnest personality, Professor Y. Babu, Assistant Professor, Bishop Heber College, to epitomize and enlighten the conference of the day.
Respected Vice Principal, sir, and the heads of the department from much of your time because already ma'am has briefed many of the things earlier in the welcome address itself. So as you are aware, this conference was meticulously planned for many weeks and through the headships of the American College and the Bishop Heber College, almost we are able to conduct this workshop, conference in a successful way, and we are at the edge or else at the end of the moment. So all the credit goes to the organizers as well as the heads of the department who have organized this conference. So as ma'am said, in the morning we started with the prayer by Dr. And after that we have the prayer, a song by our choir and with the Tamil Thai. Then we had the inaugural address by our principal of the American College, and then the presidential address by the mementos. We were able to sign a memorandum of understanding between the American College, Department of Zoology, and the Bishop Heber College, Department of Zoology. We were able to thank all the participants, and it was run by the head of the A. Joseph Thaddeus sir from the American College. And as ma'am said, all the keynote address and everything, I don't want to repeat it. And we are very glad that almost an ocean of papers were sent, and many of the papers were scrutinized and were selected for the presentation. And about 9 colleges came forward for the presentation. The Bishop Heber College, Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Institute for Research and Technology, Fatima College, Kongunadu Arts and Science College, Sarada Krishna Homeopathy Medical College, AVM Pushpam College, Nirmala College for Women, and South Travancore Hindu College Nagarkoil, and Born Seekers College, Tanjore. We're very happy that all these students were able to present, since there were more number of papers, the different groups, and we also gave the provision of presenting the paper offline. And many of them presented it, and it was chaired by the offline process was chaired by Dr. Junu and Dr. Jelin from Botany Department. And another session parallelly was chaired by Dr. Paul Darson and myself. And the offline presentation was chaired by Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Raghuram from the American College. We're very glad that we have selected the best papers from these presentations. Apart from that, we have best posters. Presentation will be priced later. So we have almost come to the end of the session, wherein in the valediction we are going to present the prizes of dignitaries. So with this, I would like to end my brief on the conference proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the brief and brief summary. In our midst, we have a renowned member of the Sikh Environment. Quality Council of India, functional area expert in the field of ecology and biodiversity for his 8 category projects. Here, I invite Mr. Algappa Moses, our energetic, empowering vice principal agent of Bishop Heber College, to deliver the valedictory address.
Esteemed guests from the American College, Madurai, the principal of the American College, Dr. Dominic Christopher, in absentia, and Dr. Paul Dayabaran, the principal of Bishop Heber College, standing this morning, and the guests representing the great Department of Zoology of the American College, the head, Dr. Joseph Thaddeus, and his associate professors, and the coordinator from the Bodhi International Organization. So let me take the privilege of extending my greetings to you on this international conference on innovations in biological sciences and environmental sustainability. And as very clearly Dr. Mrs. Priscilla Suresh have pointed out that, like you have had a very great deliberations this evening, the whole day, and a lot of on different topics. And of all that, it is entered into on this 13th day of May 20 initiative, for which let me appreciate both the heads, first of all from the Bishop Heber and from the American College, and both the principals for granting all the administrative approvals for this kind of MOU being signed on this day. I'm sure that this MOU will take both the institutions to grow into greater heights and to make all possible innovations in biological sciences, and especially in the field of environmental sustainability. So I wish that this should happen when you are all students of both Bishop Heber and the American, and all the members from the different institutions are being part of this great endeavor. I'm sure that this is going to make a great breakthrough in the American College and the Bishop Heber. As you all know, that is environmental sustainability has taken the roots right from 1982, when the World Commission on Environment and Development was constituted by the United Nations to frame and to coin the theme for the second Earth Summit, which is called as the Rio Summit. So when the UN thought of this WCED, the World Commission on Environment, they felt there should be a chairman for this, and the chairman should represent taking up the first rank in terms of the sustainability index. So they found it was the Norway was the first country having the first. Was Brundtland, the Prime Minister of Norway, was the chairman of this WCED. And she's and along with the fellow members started working on looking at different kind of the themes for the second Earth Summit. She's and the fellow members, they started reviewing right from the first summit in 1972, the Stockholm Conference, until 1982, the 10 years of the development. They reviewed and then found that it was the sustainability was one of the main agenda. That's how the entire WCD Commission, called as the Brundtland Commission, started working on the sustainable development. The Commission in 1987 defined the sustainable development, as most of you might have already told you, focusing more on the future generations and making all the resources available for the future generations. So that's the kind of the sustainability started gaining its root right from 1982 and 87, and subsequently, the entire 40 principles, the Agenda 21 in the second Earth Summit, the Rio de Janeiro Summit, focused almost all on the sustainable development. Each and every one of the agenda focus will be having a tagline, the sustainability. And that is how in 2000, on the September 21st, in New York, almost 180 participated in the Millennium Declaration, Millennium Conference. And this started, focusing more on the seventh goal of the MDG, the ensuring environmental sustainability. And when they fixed different kind of the targets in 2000, in the MDG, the seventh goal, they felt almost at least 50% of that should be achieved by 2015. There are many, many more miles to go. And they fixed 2030 as the target. And that is how the Sustainable Development Goal, the SDGs, came into existence. And they have about 17 goals of this SDG and one. So I appreciate the organizing committee for thoughtfully taking up this and linking with the biological sciences and how the innovations in biological sciences and the environmental sustainability will go together. So with these few words, let me congratulate all of you that the sustainable development is the one which we need to achieve. And as it was pointed out in the welcome address, that wherever we go as for the green audit, we focus on every institution should abide by almost 8 to 9 goals of the 17 goals of the SDG. So therefore, that is where we stand, and the SDG, it is possible to be achieved only by each and every one of you sitting here, and all the students and the rest of the masses, so that it will be a kind of a global agenda which the United Nations will be able to achieve. So therefore, whatever the deliberation that you have had today, this field, and let the institutions, both Bishop Heber and the American College, and all these institutions, those who are part of this exercise, should take this as a kind of a challenge and see that every one of the institutions is part of this mandatory exercise of the Sustainable Development Goals, and trying to achieve these 169 targets of the 17 goals possible through the institutions, through your extension activities, so that we'll be able to comply with all the regulations of the Government of India and the United Nations. So with these few words, I congratulate all the from the American College, headed by the principal, and all the members from Bishop Heber College. I appreciate your interest. I appreciate your endeavor. I'm sure that this is going to take us in the long in terms of bringing this sustainability as a reality change in the years ahead. I wish you all.
For the compassionate speech. I request our beloved Professor A. Lagappa Moses to honor delegate. Hereby invite Dr. S. Kamalakannan, Assistant Professor of Zoology, to receive the memento. I invite Chairperson Dr. J. Chu to receive the memento. To receive the memento. I hereby invite Chairperson Dr. P. Vellagulai Now I invite Dr. N. Benjamin, Assistant Professor of Zoology, to receive the memento. I hereby invite Dr. H. Raghuraman, Assistant Professor of Zoology, the American College, to receive the memento. Now I invite Chairperson Dr. Y. Babu. I invite Chairperson Dr. Paul Darson. I invite Dr. Anita Margaret. Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon State Professor K. Tiruchirappalli, Zoology, Bishop Heber College, to announce the winners.
Very good evening to all and all gathered here. The most awaited moments of this conference. We have selected 3 best posters. There is no first, second, third place, only best posters. All the posters are best. Poster number 33, C. Sneha, Bishop Heber College. From the Biotechnology Department. The head of the Department of American College Zoology Department, Dr. Joseph Tadei, said to be here with the prize. Poster item number 3, K. Abhinami, the American College. A representative from American College, please come onto the stage and collect the prize.
Participants here up.
Next poster item number 15, S. Harini, the American College. Yes, next. Now the results of paper presentation. Best 3 paper presentations. Paper ID number 4, Geeta Pal, Bishop Heber College. She has presented a paper online, so she will not be available here. We will send that momenta to her later. ID number 38, K. Sangavi, the American College. And I request Dr. Balakrishnan to give out the prizes. Paper ID number 38, K. Sangavi. Paper ID number 58, S. Amala Rani of Lady Del College.
Sir, I did it online. So actually,
This is for Sangavi. She's online. Thank you, sir.
Please do stay back for a vote of thanks.
In the time of togetherness and gratitude. To conclude all these hours of togetherness, I hereby invite our department's honorable professor, Mr. Jeremiah Kebanan, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Respected chief guest of today's function. Respected head of the Department of the American College, respected head of the Department of Bishop Heber College Zoology Department, and Dr. Balakrishnan from Bodhi International Journal. Friends from the Department of Zoology and friends from the other departments of Bishop People College and the American College, and my beloved student friends. Very good evening. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to stand in front of you to propose the word of thanks for His mercy. All these things in vain without God. He has provided a good ambience, good arrangements, good knowledge, good idea, and very importantly, a good weather, a good climate. At the outset, I extend my thanks to our Chief Patron, Right Reverend Dr. Chandrasekharan, and another Chief Patron, Right Reverend Dr. Joseph. I thank the patrons, the principal of the American College, Dr. Dawamani Christopher, for their valuable presence, both offline and virtual. I thank the head of the department of the American College, Dr. Joseph Thaddeus, who came all the way from Madurai to grace this occasion and greet us all. Thank you, sir. I thank the head of the department of Bishop People College Zoology Department, Dr. Priscilla Suresh, to be here and meticulously plan this one-day conference. There is a difference between, she always says there is a difference between planning and meticulous planning. Meticulous planning is very important for the execution of the things in a right way. Thank you, ma'am, for your meticulous planning and the support. I thank Dr. Balakrishnan from the Bodhi International Journal. When the moment we all together for the conference, he has readily accepted all the things and he has executed it very well with great merits. I thank you, sir. I also thank Mrs. Balakrishnan, who came all the way from Madurai and accompanied Balakrishnan, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I thank today's resource persons, Dr. Sudhakar Munyasamy from South Africa, Dr. Dinagaran from Madurai College, and Dr. Kannan from Germany for their wonderful sessions and sharing their expertise. Thank you. I thank the chairpersons of my own department, Dr. Kamalakannan, Dr. Junu, Dr. Babu, Dr. Nesrajan, Dr. Benjamin, and the staff member from the American College, Dr. Velladari sir, and the external judges from the Botany Department, Dr. Faldasan sir, Dr. Jolene ma'am, and Dr. Anita Margaret, and the staff members from American College, Raghuram sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable contributions. I thank the staff members, other staff members of Department of Zoology, Bishop People College, and the American College for their support and for the execution of this grand movement, grand conference in a grand way. I thank the student choir for their beautiful support and rendition of beautiful songs for the goodness of our ears. Thank you, students. Thank you, friends. And I thank the master of ceremony for their contribution and the flawless flow of this beautiful conference. I thank the non-teaching staff members too, especially the non-teaching staff members have worked a lot for the lunchtime, during the lunchtime and the snacks time. Thank you, Nas. And last but not the least, I thank the participants of the one-day conference. You have entered and you have enlightened. Now you are going well into the world to flourish. Thank you, fellow participants. Thank you, students from the Department of Zoology. I thank one and all who worked behind the screen and in front of the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. An announcement, please. One representative from each college kindly come to the MC desk to receive your after the national anthem. Now let us all stand up for the national anthem. I invite Department Choir to come forward.
Sorry, we want to announce one thing. We require a feedback from the students. Please be seated. Sorry. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Anyone from any college, from Bishop College or American College, or from Coconut Arts and Science College, or from Madurai for Nirmala College? I require one student from the American College to come onto the stage and share your feedback. All the people sitting here belongs to Tamil, so you can share your feedback. Tamil too.
Sir, shall I respond, sir?
Shall I talk, sir?
Yes, sir, no one.
We come to know about many species of insects, and their valuable informations were shared in amidst of us. And I thank one and all for this good, informative one-day conference. Thank you. Before we conclude, we'll have a cultural events.
I'm recording my feedback program. Welcome, sir.
Dignity is on the dais. We come down and enjoy the cultural events.
We call volunteers to clear the stage. Volunteers of Zoology Department, Bishop Heber College, are called to clear the stage. We open the culturals with our traditional Bharatanatyam. We invite the troupe for the dance.
Okay,
Hello, coming in and see Medaga of BSc Zoology for a solo singing.
யார் யார் பாருங்க மட்டும் சிங்கிளா
Thank you, Nedala. Now we call upon our second year zoology department for a group song.
அவனுக்கு கடைசியா
Sorry, thank you. I'll thank you definitely. I'll definitely thank you guys. Sorry.
ஜெயா அது இதுல இருக்கு. ரெடியா
I call upon, this is not to call upon another group song. For another group song.
Group song.
Thank you, students, who this cultural program. So let us all stand for the national anthem. Let us all stand for the national anthem.
I invite the quietly to come forward to the national anthem.
Special thank you to Untitled Chapter. Thank you.
Chat.